ya Fairsley district ka di LED le teng. With a round of applause ke kopa.
Bam bam zalwane, yes. How are we named Bam bam zalwa? Oh, moya kwa paseka dumelang kaofela. Re teng le kae? O kire hallelujah bazalwane. Hey, ikare lefatshe man moya kwa paseka ho batla energy eo. Ikare re foundationing e ntseng mosebetsi o moholo ha kana for rona kaofela. Ha re otlele matsola o qetela. Ke leboha ke rata ho leboha kaofela ba teng kwano ke leboha motsamaiso wa mosebetsi re leboha Edgar Lekgwale Foundation for bringing us all here. Ke event e kgolo haholo mosebetsi ona ke mosebetsi o moholo haholo jwalo ka ha re tswa LED we are very much concerned ka the economy of our district, the economy of Ngwathe as part of our district, and we participate in this economy ka all the economic activities, all the entrepreneurship, all businesses, tsela kaofela tse etsang hore ho bena le economy mona ha in e hola ka lona because ke lona tlamele le etse mosebetsi rather than ho lo batla mosebetsi. You must employ le etse hore le hole, and ka ho etsa jwalo re le Fairsley through LED re na le ntho e re bitsang enterprise support system ESS e qadile khale kwana ya tla jwalo re isa the entrepreneurs skolong for the training sebetsa le Flavius Mareka dintho tsa fetoa ho fitlela mo re leng teng. So what we do re reka equipment ha re reki material the difference ya equipment le material ke hore ha o roka material ke lesela but equipment ke motjhini. So re ka se rekele motjhini le dinalete le ding empa re rekela motjhini o etsang wena o kgone ho etsang ho hodisa production ya hao o be na le output o rekise. So without motjhini ha go rekela masela sna motjhini a o tlo etsa tjhelete wa e thola kere. So re thusa all the enterprises tse nang le selemo di operator but re busy re develop a policy right now re batla ho hafola from 1 year to 6 months re tla le tsebisa hana go fihla. For now when you're operational for a year onale compliance kaofela which is your CK, your SARS, proof of residence, re batla di ID document tsa di director kaofela tse hlahella mo. You just write a letter which is the last one, very simple. Lengolo la ho ngola a formal letter wena kwena mang o etsang, just a brief background, and then o kopa ru thuse jwang o ba very specific. Ha o batla stulo se re shebileng ha ono re ke just a gold chair kapa jwalo fela tlamelo be specific. Dina le mabitso ke tsebe chef ni ke fe una batho ba catering ka mo ke e ka morao ke yo he o ka sa usisa tsholo o ibitsa ka lebitso o fana ka size o fana ka color ka o fela ntho tseo ha eba neng o re tla e tle le ntho tse tse dutseng godimo tse o ya bua le hore e tle le tsona le yona o ibitsa ka lebitso ha eba ke sponge ha le leda tlamele be leda ha le lesela ke lesela hobane o ka iphumana o batla lesela re be ho tlisetsa leda wa utlwisisa. So ba specific go batlang dintho tseo kaofela ha o qetile ngola lengolo leo you may attach the pictures and tsa di batlang and then o bodi sender to Fairsley. You just direct your letter to the municipal manager. How it's fela the municipal manager, it's fine. Then you write your letter, you sign. Then o kena dinomoro tse sebetsang ha o se fiki o lile ka dinomoro tse sa sebetseng le kena dinomoro ha le change ha le re update ha go batla go thole after 10 years a re kopana ya sa le kenya lengolo da mara ha o thola hale ba bang ba re kenyetsa le address e seng tsona nna ke tsebe re motho testa metsi ka po e tsala thola re ha o addressing eo ha ona motho a jwalo ha ba mtsebe lo mtseba. So o etsa dintho tsa hao di be right, and then also qetile ngola lengolo le o attachitse all the documents o attachitse le the pictures wa le tlisa or wa le romela ka email ya rona ke ketani@fairsleyderby.gov.za ketani@fairsleyderby.gov.za hausa then o kana CC ya kapa wa eda Nicholas M@fairsleyderby.gov.za Nomoro ya mosebetsing ke 016-970-8600. Haeba so lebetse o ka founela teng wa kopa department ya LED ra kgona ho re fe ditokomane tse kapa re fe information ya hape. Then equipment ya thusana ka yona, it's kept up to 30,000. We don't give more than that. But we do work with our sister departments. Ka sebetsa le Bodistia, Setfa, le yona Ngwathe re sebedisana le yona, le bona ba sebedisana le rona. Sometimes re na lo tla le bo bona ha re sena di application re ba botse ha lona motho a itseng, maybe re batla youth, maybe re batla women, maybe re batla any other, ba khona ho re fa re sebedisana mmoho. So nka encourage hore le hodise di business tsa lona, le apply for this funding, ke tšhelete ya lona eo, ke tšhelete ya hore le hodise economy ya rona. Ka leboha.
Thank you very much. That was First Lady District. By explaining support by FRD small businesses. We really thank you. Like we said, we are gathered here to ensure that we unlock economic opportunities. These are economic opportunities salona as small businesses. So the initiative in you access those opportunities, because some people would be complaining as if there are no opportunities. But the thing is, we just need information on how to access all these sponsorships and funding business alone. District, can we please give them the last round of applause? Without further ado, I did mention that we have different stakeholders. If you really want to grow your business, for example, if you are in events planning, you need to understand compliance. And if you have where people gather for business, you also need community people, especially South African Police Service, because bonnete ba hore seo ha se o hlahele re na le batho ba rona from SAPS ba ileng hore ba tla hlalosa hore ba sebetsa jwang le di smaller businesses le lebaka le ba etsang hore ba be part of Ngwathe SMME Expo ena ya rona. Now we are going to call upon Tsenolo Gausinkwe from South African Police Service. With a round of applause, may we please welcome SAPS.
Dumela. Return le guy. I'm good. I go by the name Tsenolo Gausinkwe, but today you can call me Rekhao. I allow you to call me Rekhao until Rechaisam. Right now, I get some Michael and I get some warrant officer Hailele. Jacopa Weme come out to Bonera. He is my senior. Now we are from officer recruitment. And lebaka la gore re retile kwano partnership ya rona le Ngwathe ke gore we mostly receive a lot of questions with regard to recruitment processes, right? And then gona le taba tsa gore ngwana ka na applyile o dirile everything marhala mitsa. Are we together? Ya gona le taba tsa gore lengola psychometric ka pencil. So ha bana ba rona ba pasitse le tlosa ba rona le beletsenya ba lona. A ke re ditendi taba tse di yalo. Right, so the reason we are here, let me see. The reason we are here is to help you, because at times information a reaching community, I see information ya needy. Hallelujah. Information a reaching community has information ya needy. And ganzi information e seng ya nnete e travela ka bonako go feta e leng ya nnete. Are we together? So hankana ya, let's say ka fa MEC Makume message ke re tla kopana ka 4 o'clock ko stadiumeng. Ha information e tswa mo go Ntate Makume ya mo somebody on next to him, ga e sa tlhole e le re tla kopana ka 4 o'clock ko stadiumeng. E tlo go tswa mo Ntate Makume ya ko next door e re ho thwe, and nna ile ha ke ne ke fana ka yone ga ke a re ho thwe. So how do we deal with such situations where re tsamaisang information e go teng ho thwe? Re na le mathata a gore bana ba rona ga ba dire di-enquiry, and that is why at the end of the day somebody a kgona go tsamaisang information e seng ya nnete. So ha re advertiser, go na le, I think it's the last paper warrant e fanang ka numbers tsa our 10 provinces. So you'll be surprised, or why am I saying 10 provinces? Kwa SAPS re operate ka province tse 10. Province ya rena bo 10 ke head office. So only the number from head office go fitla go Free State, tse leng gore you can track your application. The moment you apply, utlwa go teno SAPS e bitsa batho for psychometric test, you can go to that advertisement and call the relevant office. What is nice about this ke gore mabitso a batho ba ba contactang a teng moa with direct numbers tse ka bua le bone mo go tsone. A re lokiseng ewa ya ntlha gore ha ngwana a bitswa, ha batho ba bitswa for the assessments, can we correct taba ya gore we only inquire a year later? Can you inquire immediately out of the assessment thing, so that you must know gore ngwana wa gago o eme mo kae, or wena as an applicant o eme mo kae? Because after batho ba rometse ko college, gora gore re clositse that project and we are going to a new project. And if you didn't make it mo projecting e re kwetseng, gora gore you are able to do what? To apply again ha re ntsha project e ntšha. By now, MEC, I think, I give the department the Jose, but by now, I think, the department they are runa, for each and every year, ya advertiser. I'm sure about that, MEC. I'm sure about that. Each and every year, ya advertise. And I advertise about Bararo, I advertise about Tlhano, I advertise about 7. Every year, Nale project, some project 10,000. I believe you have heard of that before, where we employ 10,000 young people in South Africa. So, hangwana face mo projecting e fitileng, as long as a central between the age of 18 and 35, aka apply mo projecting e latelang. What is nice about this, the warrant will confirm this. Re keep a record. Tla ke dire example. Re advertise ka October, for an example. Ngwana ba ngwala psychometric test a ba e faila. Are you aware that ha a applier in the next let's say 5 months, are you aware that the results, the test e a e phasing ka December di sentse di le available? What does that mean? Within 5 months ngwana o cannot write a psychometric test. The catch is Hane I pasitse ka October last year, re advertise ka January, essentially valid gore ka khona go feta ka yone. So that is why I was mentioning issue here. Let's do inquiries so that we know these things better. The very last one that I want to emphasize, and 2 speakers ba buile ka yone. At times ngwana wa apply ga re khone go mo reach se, because bana ba ba rona ba jola akere ya nong ha ba jola ba rekelana di cell phone hantwa e wa tsaya o itshwatla ka le bote kana kwa ngwana a romelwan text cell phone, either o change the number or number ile all together ga sa tlhole e exista. Wa go fumana SMS kae? o ile o thola ka SMS batswadi because ngwana o gora goreng hana mogala. And we are still here to say it's possible gore ha phone ya gagwe ka tshwatliwa today, wa lose a number today, immediately today go to the nearest recruitment center wo go ba fa number ya gago entšha. Are we together? So skare no number ni ke apply ka yone ga bang kry mo go yone so gora gore go fedile ka nna. Go to the nearest recruitment center o ye go ba fa number entšha. So selo se leng gore se raise the question tse ne ke bua ka tsone ke issue ya miscommunication between community and the SAPS. Why? Because we take out our numbers out there, but hankili bua le rona. So please, are rotloetseng bana to start inquiring. Gona le engwe ke MEC is very popular. So ngwana o ha batle go applyela mo Fezile Dabi. Gore ha batle go submita mo Fezile Dabi. Are rather a ka ile go submita ko Bloemfontein. Why? Because ko officing ya Fezile Dabi, there's this guy o ile gore ene le bona ha ba chaisane hantle. So what this guy ha ke apply la ko Fezile Dabi, o ile go tlosa application ya ka a tsenya ya motho o mongwe. Let me school you. Ha ba apply la ko Bloemfontein. Ha re bona application hewa. Re tsenya mo posong MEC. Re khutlisetsa Fezile Dabi. Why? Re ira yalo is because ga re batle ngwana a tloge mo Fezile Dabi a tsamaye a go dira di assessment ko motheo ka tšhelete, ka transport, ka maroko, ka dijo, because rona ha re sena re shortlista ele 7 o'clock o bosigo MEC re send a text re kopa ngwana gore a tle ka 7 o'clock in the morning because address ya ngwana o e re o mo Rocklands. Yes, MEC e re o mo Rocklands, motho o mo Rocklands a ka gasa ela tswa mo Rocklands a ya go Bobby's Park ga go hole. Am I right bagaetsho? So re khutlisetsa kwano gore ngwana wa Ngwathe wa ngwana Fezile Dabi a kgone go dira application ya gagwe mo Fezile Dabi. So this year introduced e-recruitment where bana ba applying online. But you won't believe this, Batadi. Bana barona they still come back. MEC to say rona harna data, rona harna eng. And I always say bagaetsho mara government ga nka ka re direla sengwe le sengwe. Government ka se rekele data. So you are given this opportunity to apply at the comfort of your home. You even get the results already to say your application was successfully submitted. Yet you still have monyetla go ka founa wa re botsa gore application ya ka ya tlhagelela mo batsadi ha lo shebile. So re rotloetsa batsadi gore go and tell bana ba lona gore the SAPS is open to employ o mongwe le o mongwe regardless of ethnicity. And the very last one ke gore a re ipabaleleng mo tseleng ke nako ya Paseka modimo ko ke a leboga.
That was SAPS Relebile Haholo. That was very informative. Relebile Haholo. I like the fact that this is open to youth. We are definitely looking at a greater future or batjha ba rona ba tswelle pele mme ba se iphetole dinja tsa seloma mogoki because of things sailing hore re di faceitse ka hare ho Ngwathe le mona Freistata. So those are very important initiatives. Hona jwale there's chaos even with gangsterism. That is why major wa rona a bileng a delay. There's quite chaos in the community. However, she has reported that they are on the way. Ke tsona dintho tse ileng hore re hloka hore re di tsebise batjha hore focus ya bona e tlohe dinthong tse kopanang le gangsterism journalism, jwalo jwalo, ba shebane haholo le applying for these opportunities. Ke lebohile haholo for that presentation. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome the MEC in the house. You are welcome. Also, we have stakeholders saying, like APSA, to inform the SMMEs about financial literacy. Another downfall in the business is financial management. So as a foundation, we said, when we do this SMME Expo, we must make sure that we equip you from all angles, like I said when I started. So now, the reason we have APSA as another one of our supporting partners is to inform you, let's say, how can I save, what type of investment accounts to grow your business. The first rule financial management and financial literacy. Without further ado, I welcome Mema Mushata to take us through just the presentation. Before I welcome Mema Mushata, I'd just like to say program in the to our presentations. You take 3 to 5 minutes so that we can save time. Without further ado, let's welcome Absa Mema Mushata with a round of applause.
because re na le ntho e nngwe e bitsang force for good hore le mo community re na le initiative tseo tsa hore le rona re gona re supply ka ntho tse itseng re kopanya ntho tse itseng hore then ha re ye re lo etsetsa fela maybe community ele kapa batho ba le ntho itseng e itseng. So ABSA is the on a broader spectrum e o ka nahanang ka yona. So ntho ele hore we have moved from being traditional hore mona fela mon, that is why le motho fela a qalang fela we are there hore re ka mo thusa as ABSA Bank. So reach out mo bankeng. That's why ke reng re khona ho tswa ka ntle, because we know what we have, we know what we can offer, we know ntho tse re ka le etsetsang tsona ho ya ka tsela e o lona le tlo hlokang ka yona, because ABSA listens to every story so nang le sona. Ha re nke fela hore we have to listen to you so that we can make analysis ya hore re tlo matcha jwang your lifestyle, re tlo matcha jwang your business ho ya pele. So that is why that is why we na le di consultation hore ke kopa etsa appointment le wena, ke kopa ho tlo botsa ntho e itseng. You are free ho etsa jwalo. You can call, you can visit the branch, you can do whatever, then you are free hore ha re khethele exclusive hore banka ya ABSA ke for batho ba itseng, ke for class e itseng, se ke itse kaofela we are inclusive mo ho yona. So just reach out to mentality one he o so utlwihile ke ra ke re le hlola le re bona bo dikolong bo kae mo batho ba hiruang eng, because re inclusive in the community ho bona self development hore le yona community ya rona e khone ho hola ene re tseba hore banka le yona e kenelletse mo. So ke nana ke coverile summary ya tso re di etsang mare he nakonyana ya hore ha o so qetuwe se re ya o batla ho utlwa ka botibo eng, then information eo o tlo ifumana kaofela. Ha o batla etsa appointment ka pa o batla eng, then free financial advice, free financial literacy e teng. O tlo hola ko re kgwebong ya hao o tlo hola. So ska ikgogela o etsang ene botsa, there's nothing hore hi na eng ko go ka bona hore le wena you can have a story to tell, because re na le platform mo ABSA mo le wena o sharing stories sa hao hore ke kadile ke le mona ke etsa ntho e itseng, then ka tla le yona ABSA ya nthusa this, ABSA ya nthusa ka nyolwa ke eng. We listen to your story. So the stories tseo le nang le tsona tseo le sharing le platform ya teng re na le tsona hore le di share. So re tlo tswella ke mang a reng fela re tlo phunyeletsa le tsola tumelo le kae, and with ABSA re tlo ke a leboha holo, because ha o sa eme pelaka ke tlo thatholoha, ke tlo kenya le verse, ke tlo bitsa le altar call, ke nana le pastor o teng ka monana re tla etsa. So ke kopa ho fella hakana modimo wa khotso a le etse hantle, and there's a breakthrough that is coming for your business, because you are not alone in it. We're gonna walk through this journey lelona. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mama Mshata. Ibile ke ne ke nahanne hore ha o qala o re hallelujah o tla re fa a song item. Mara mohlomong thank you so much, ABSA, for the information with the SMME Expo. Another round of applause to Mema Mshata. Without further ado, before I continue, Amohela Mayor Rona and her collective back at Ofita, I had already explained KOC, Majore Erenang Leona Karu community Arona, hence you are late. Yeah, there is a lot happening in the community. I wish her presentation as they explained how young people can utilize the opportunities sailing for South African police service the presenter to Bachaba Rona. Ese casually Bachabana Bakatruha ba shift the direction to positive things, starting their own business, utilizing this opportunity sailing hore reditlisitse ka hare ho masipala wa rona wa Ngwathe. So thank you very much hore o se o re joinile. So we did a shift MEC on the program just bakeng sa nako. So what we did is we started with our participants such as ABSA, such as Ngwathe LED and so on. So I have the last two participants sailing hore ba tla fana ka information to our SMMEs ebe he re tswela pele ka program ya rona as scheduled. Ke a bona le councillor Gauteng ke kopa tshwarelo hore ke ile ka ipha marapo o se o ka o fihla but ke a tseba hore re kaofela. Anyways, without further ado, I'm going to welcome a representative from Destia, and that is Matapelo Magwa a tlo re hlalosetsa hore officing ya bona ba supporta jwang. With a round of applause, may we please welcome a representative from Destia.
Ahe, Ngwathe SMMEs, ahe. Ahe, Ngwathe SMMEs, ahe. Greetings to our Honorable MEC, greetings to our Executive Mayor, the Edgar Lekhwale team, and the Ngwathe Easter Experience team. And a great greeting to our most important people, the SMMEs tsa rona. Ahe. So ke a dumedisa ka lebitso ke Matapelo Magwa ke tswa mo officing ya Destia Fezile Dabi ke hedwa ke Mennana Matlepe. I'm with my colleagues Ntate Sikiti le Ntate Tilotsane. So we are pleased hore re be teng sebakeng sena le rona ho tlo bua le di SMMEs tsa rona. Our role kapa our duty officing ya rona office ya rona is based more library ka tropo, opposite le library ka tropong. Re dula re tholahala from Monday to Friday. Re offer di services tse latelang. Before, our duty hantle ku thusana le di SMMEs to ensure hore re hodisa moruo wa Free State. And we do that through ho sebedisana mmoho le borakgwebo potlana ba rona ka ho ba support hore di business tsa bona e be tse holang, di business tsa bona e ska ba tse dulang di le nyane. So we do that through ensuring hore di compliant. Re thusa ka di business registrations, either ebe ya private kapa ebe di cooperatives. We do assist ka di registrations tseo. And then we also assist le ka di business plan and profiles re sebedisana le our sister department, which is SIDFA. And then we also assist le ka capacity building. We provide the training for our SMMEs who ensure hore ha ba fully capacitated. Ha ba thusi fela ka di tšhelete, but re ba thusa le ka di skills hore dikgwebo tsa bona di be tse emeng hantle tse holang. So we do that ka provide the training tse fapaneng depending on the stage kapa the type of business ya hao e leng ho yona. We do trainings like pricing and costing, we do customer services, we do financial management, we do NHPRC, depending on just when a business ya hao in on which sector. So we also do assist legal access to market at our department. Like Ribona, the SMMEs tsa rona di exhibitile di products tsa bona. That's also part ya mosebetsi o re etsang. Re ensure hore re tlisa di business tsa rona kapa re ba exposure to the relevant market kapa to the right market mo ba tla kgonang ho hodisa di business tsa bona. And we do that through the exhibitions kapa re ba tsamaise di expo locally and international. Some of the beneficiaries kapa di SMMEs tsa rona tse teng ka mona se re tsamaile le tsona ba bang ba kgona ho attenda di expo tsa bo Indaba in Joburg, others ba kgona ho ya le international. So re thusana le dikgwebo haholo. And then access to market is very important for business ya hao. E kgona ho thusa hore o hole because that's where o kgona hore batho ba tseba ka business ya hao hore business ya hao e etsa eng. So we do assist with that. And then re thusa hape le ka di grant financial support. Ha ro khumi fela complaint le compliance, but we also assist like a financial support, and we have the grants tse different tse dulang di le teng financially e nngwe le nngwe e re nang le yona. For the past financial year e fedileng ka di 31 re na le di incentives tse kgonang ho cater for ho ho tloha ho di informal e leng batho ba bo di tuck shop kapa bo mme ba ithekisetsa ka toropong ka mane. So for that ne re hloka hore business ya hao e be le at least ID, tax clearance le permit eo o e tholang mo masepaleng o leng wona. A ke re le utlwile mme Fiki LED o itse ba kgona ho thusa ka service eo. So ne re hloka di compliance documents tseo. And then for the next one in Elia for the small businesses. For that small businesses ne re hloka hore business ya hao e be le business certificate, e be le tax clearance, triple BE, business account, e be na le business profile, and then le di quotations for whatever the support that you're going to need. So ho bohlokwa hore ha o le businessing o be compliant. Re se ke ra ba le di business tse sa holeng tse reng ha ona le dithuso e be ka go kgethuwe mang ha kgethwa. So ho bohlokwa hore le tle le ikopanye le rona re kgone ho le thusa hore le business tsa lona di hole. And then we had the other one as well ene batla business compliance ya hore business tsa lona be dina le the same compliance documents but yona e be batla one le business plan le di financials. I won't specify the amount for Hana Joali because that wa rona o teng. I think he will do more on that like lu tlwile le maobane Hana bua ka tsona akere. So we also assist lega monitoring and evaluation. Ha re thusitse business ya hao ha re tloele fela. We ensure hore e a hola. Ha re tle fela go thusa go be le compliance and then o thole training. Ha se go thusitse ka funding. Ra tla re monitor ho ensure hore o tshwara dintho tse go reketseng tsona hantle. Business e a hola. Business ya hao e ba le impact e hantle o kgona ho create le employment. So ho bohlokwa hore le operate di business tsa lona formally. And then ke ratile le mme hana emphasize taba ya hore wa APSA hana emphasize taba ya hore le be le boshoba hore di business tsa lona le splitter taba ya personally le business. Businessing ha le apply ra kgona ho checka di bank statement tsa rona hore business e le hore yona ha o le monate ha o tšhelete ke ta o kena e ya kwana monate mfela kapa e mixa dintho tsa business le pleasure na. So it is important to ha le sebedisa di business account tsa lona le skela mixa pleasure le business because it tlo go bontsha hore how serious are you ka business ya hao. And ra kopa hape hore ha re tlile ho lona re tlo monitor di business le skela re kwalla ka ntle re buleleng. Our role is to ensure hore le hole le skela ba batho fela ba di kgwebo tse sa holeng. So ke tlo le sihela just a few message wa hore you must ensure that you keep consistency and excellency to ensure that your business grow and be sustainable. So tse re le teng tse re tholahala re dutse morao mane ba hlokang di number ba tla re tla ba fa tsona and then ba hlokang di services tsa rona ntse re le teng ga tholahala Corner Phillips opposite le library. Thank you so much MC.
Thank you very much. Re lebohile haholo from Destia ba la hlalosetsa di SMME tsa rona hore ba di supporta jwang. I liked what she mentioned. Hangata di small businesses di tshaba compliance then ha tlamehile to inspect ba tshaba but ha di funding di tswa le batla ho apply. Ha e sebetse jwalo, it's a two-sided thing. You need to comply first, you need to be inspected, you need to be checked go follow molao. E seng hore fela funding ba re kopa re latele compliance. I liked that part very much because I know there's this thing of people starting businesses, babatla shortcuts. There's no shortcut to success. Thank you so much, and a round of applause to Destia. Our last participant, then we are going to go to the official program because our guests are already here. We are having NYDA, that is our last presentation. The official today we are not only having a program whereby Majoro is going to give an address, MEC Abu FL. We're also going to have an engagement. We are going to have an opportunity for questions and answers as well. We wanted this SMME SMME Expo not to only be about people in the front, but to involve each and everyone. Hence, I said that we made sure that we include stakeholders from all angles. So we are going to get into conversation, get perspective from private sector and perspective from the public sector as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us welcome the NYDA to give us a briefing. This is for youth development because hangata dintho tsena ha o sheba batho ba affected haholo, it's youth and women as well. So now for youth, memme NYDA to ensure batjha ba rona ba dula ba le informed about these things, to remain very assertive and proud as they start their businesses. Now, without further ado, with a round of applause, let us welcome Ntate Thuso Mutankisi from the National Youth Development Agency.
Ke rata ho dumedisa ke a leboha MC ke a leboha ke rata ho dumedisa baetapele ba province batjha kaofela batho ba baholo morao mane ka lebitso ke Thuso Motankisi eseng Motaung ke hlaya ofising ya NYDA National Youth Development Agency Bloemfontein. So NYDA re sebetsa ka batjha ke batle hore ke be mokgutshwanenyana MC cause good lo thonako ile re sebetsa ka batjha ba 18 years to 35 years. So ka re NYDA re na le di product and service for batjha be le go mabatla start di business. So ka ra di service re na le program e bitswang grant ke funding ne for batjha ba batla start bo di business bo car wash bo di saloon. Then re funda from 10,000 to 100,000. Then ka di product re na le di training, business management training, le di life skill, le di cooperative training. So ke tla be ke le teng the whole day ke hlomphe nako ba batlang hore ke tlo kgona ho ba thusa ke teng le lena kaofela ke lebile MC.
Thank you very much. I hope that Wangadi knows you can still keep it very short and nice and sweet. A round of applause to NYDA. Thank you very much. Now, without further ado, we are going to welcome the councillor to please open for us, although I did explain the crisis we have, hence we had to reshuffle the program. So before we fitela the official sarona, let us welcome Councillor Mafifi, Hanyane Fellow Amohela Chaba Simon, with a round of applause. Councillor Kauba, Obula Sebaka, you can come to the podium, Thank you.
Dumelang baetapele MEC Executive Mayor Ngwathe Foundation lebitso la ka ke Thabo Mokoena e se Mafifi ma mo ga ke lona hele le leng gore le tumi ka ga wa 6 le amoeleile ka go masepala wa Ngwathe boetapele ba mme Victoria no lwandle di BS re bana ba hae so ha itse re tlame dintja re di tlamme Ngwathe Foundation yona ke ya lapeng monana ke ya wa 6 majogo mokgwa yona e dula ka mo mokgwa yona e dula ka mo la ka fesile dabi mokgwa yona ke ya ka mo la o sinthabiseng wa tseba ga batho ba le potonda jwale le amoeleile ke nana go batho ba batjha batho ba batlang go etsa dikgwebo MEC ba tlo imamella tswa ha monana le butsitse tswa ha monana le nkile di notes etsang bonnete ba hore le amamela re batla go bona Ngwathe e hodile re batla go bona batho ba bo rona ba mmala o tshwanang le waka le bona ba kenelletse dikgwebong haholo batho ba batjha a se kaofela re tla lo sebetsang sa Solfem a se kaofela re tla lo sebetsang Ngwathe municipality Ha re starting something from our home, from our background, re tsebe go sane re a supa gore mane ntho ena ke e qadile fatshe. So monyetla o leng gore Edgar Ngwathe Foundation e utlisitse ka hare go masepala wa Ngwathe, especially nna ke a rata batho ya ka majoro ka hara wa 6 ke nna fela ke ga nang le holo Skonkenville a le monatenyana ke ntho tse nyenyana. So Edgar Ngwathe Foundation re leboha haholo ka hore le re tlisetse expo ena e leng gore e teng ka hare wa 6 ka hare go masepala wa rona wa Ngwathe. Le amoeleile majoro Phuthuluwa le ntate Makume se ke la petetsana le dula mnate le Phuthuluwe misi ke a leboha.
Re le wila holo councillor ya rona. Ya batho ba batjha ke a tseba ba connecta holo le councillor ya rona e ka mona. Ha re tlise fela di games. We also bring things like Business Expo. So thank you very much to the Edgar Ngwathe Foundation for such a prestigious event. Ba itlisitseng ka hare ho Ward 6. Le ska re ba tlisa fela di tournament. We are available in all angles, and definitely we are still going to bring more around Ngwathe, around Fizzle Derby, and in future around the Free State. Really Foundation, we are dedicated to serving the community in all sorts with stakeholders like businesses, government stakeholders, so di bonang mon. Jwalo ka ke tsholo ha ke qala ke re ntjapedi ha e hlolo ke sebata ha re kopane re ka hlola any challenges tse leng hore ra di face ka hare ho community ya rona. Now without further ado, I am going to welcome manager our foundation to acknowledge the guests tse teng abasari introduce founder ya foundation here to do the purpose of the day. Aus normal ka hare foundation there's protocol ha ke sa khona introduce chairman tshwantse ke bitse manager a tlo introduce chairman. The foundation is elevated as well. Without further ado, to welcome Austin Tabiseng, our foundation manager.
Dumelang, Lekai, Ngwathe SMMEs Dumelang. Everybody here today. The Honorable MEC, the Executive Mayor, our special guests and their collective, the SMMEs. The guest introductions, because today we are here. Part of our slogan, it's to network, to network, innovate, and grow. And we believe that's what we are going to do. Just to introduce our first special guest today. Today we are honored to be joined by the Honorable MEC, Mr. Ketso Makume. He is the MEC for the Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs in the Free State. Honorable MEC Makume plays a critical role in driving policies and programs that continue to support Black and small businesses, unlock opportunities, and also continues to develop the economy. MEC, we are truly honored by your presence today. Can we give him a hand of applause? Our second special guest is the Executive Mayor of Ngwathe Local Municipality. The first resident of Ngwathe. We are also privileged to have her with us today, Councillor Victoria Debie Mtombeni. And as the leader at the forefront of local economic development, the Executive Mayor continues to champion initiatives that support businesses and uplift our communities here in the Ngwathe Local Municipality. May we welcome the Executive Mayor. Also joining us today, as you have seen on the personalized posters that we did for the SMME Expo, is a gentleman, and Tate JJ Singh, an entrepreneur who represents the drive, resilience, and innovation of business owners. He brings practical experience from the ground, and he is able to navigate the realities of entrepreneurship, building and business, creating opportunities within our communities. Can we please welcome Mr. JJ Singh? Thank you so much. And lastly, we have with us, he is still on his way. He communicated that he is running late, but our special guest also today that will be joining the panel is Mr. Teboho Masike, also an entrepreneur whose journey reflects the courage, determination, and vision required to succeed in today's business environment. We will welcome him as he comes. But I also want to acknowledge, as the Edgar Ngwathe Foundation, the partners, the sponsors, and the stakeholders that have made this possible. I want to acknowledge the Fezile Dabi District Municipality. I want to acknowledge Ngwathe Local Municipality, the Department of Economic, Small Business Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs. Those are our partners, and those are our partners from the government sector. And from the private sector, we also have our partners. We have Celsi with us, our media partners, Tumahole FM, Central News. So through their commitment, we thank them for making this day possible. We thank them for making the Ngwathe Easter Experience program possible. And we thank them for their commitment to empowering local businesses and driving economic growth in our communities. Can we please give a last round of welcome to all the stakeholders that I mentioned? And to conduct the purpose of the day, because it is very important to understand why we are here. It is very important to understand why we have this program. I just want to introduce the chairperson, the founder, and the visionary of the Edgar Ngwathe Foundation. Here is a young man who is about youth development. I think in the community of Ngwathe Local Municipality, in the Free State, and in the district, he is known as somebody who is about youth development. He is known as somebody who's about community development. Right now, this is the 8th year that the Edgar Ngwathe Foundation has been operational, and we know as a testament that many of the initiatives that has been run through this program are the visionaries that he has. So everything that he does, it is for youth and it is for the community. So without further ado, can we please give a warm welcome for Mr. Edgar Ngwathe, the visionary and the founder of Edgar Ngwathe Foundation. It's Edgar Ngwathe Week. Thank you so much. Can we please give him a last warm welcome as he comes to the podium?
Greetings, everyone. Mostly, I would like to greet the Honorable MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Ngwathe Tumahole, the Executive Mayor of Ngwathe Local Municipality, Councillor Victoria de Beers, Mutombeni, members of the mayoral committee who are here. I see Councillor Noma Muloi. She has been with us, Executive Mayor, since we started to ensure that everything runs smoothly. Want to thank you, MEC, for being hands-on. Executive Mayor. I'm sorry. Thank you, Executive Mayor. Relebue, lead the municipal manager. He was supposed to be here, but I think he's coming. Dr. Futuli Mutamaha, the progressive in the Free State. Dr. Magu, MEC Magu. He's the only progressive on the ground. You won't see him in offices. We'd like to thank the ANC for deploying him. I think we have seen improvement of service delivery since he has been deployed. It shows the commitment Mayor Dibiero to improve our service delivery. So since you can say the doctor, they are on the ground to improve the lives of our people. Also, all the directors of Ngwathe who are present, our general sponsors, Ngwathe Local Municipality, which is the main sponsor for this event, firstly Dabi District Municipality, Distia, one of our sponsors, Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, one of our sponsors, CLC, one of our sponsors and a very strategic partner, Central News, Tumahole FM, and many others. Our invited speakers, Mr. J.J. Singh, exhibitors, participants, and most importantly, entrepreneurs and SMME owners gathered here today. Good morning. On behalf of Edgar Ngwathe Foundation, I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of you for taking your time to be part of this landmark Ngwathe SMME Expo. This is a flagship program within the broader Ngwathe Easter experience. Your presence reinforces our collective commitment to inclusive economic growth and signals our determination to unlock opportunities for local enterprises. I wish to begin by thanking our sponsors, Haholo. Without you, this event will not be possible, and many of our events that have happened, and our partners for making this a reality. But mostly, I would like to thank the executive mayor of Ngwathe Local Municipality. Ngwathe Local Municipality has been with us since the beginning. It is because of Ngwathe Local Municipality. We went to the executive mayor, we made a presentation. The mayor liked our program to say, hey, this program is very progressive. We went and ever since, even before they approved our sponsorship and everything, the team, the management and everyone has been on the ground to ensure that the stadium, everything becomes a success. We really wish to thank the mayor of Ngwathe for her vision. For sponsoring this event. For sponsoring this event, and many of you here. And most importantly, we need to acknowledge the important strides that the mayor has done in Ngwathe, especially in improving service delivery. The mayor is trying by all means to address issues of water and electricity supply in our municipality. And this is adamant, especially to restore confidence, especially to investors. And evidence to this, Majoro, is the clear approval of the 50-unit luxury hotel at Val de Grace Estate. The municipality has approved a building plan to develop a luxury hotel, which means that thing is going to create jobs. And investors have fela more maspaling if hostna, if we address issues that make sense. So we'd like to thank the mayor for addressing the issues of water, electricity in our municipality. Even here in Tumahole, there are areas that improving but we want to thank you, the mayor. We're not praising you, the mayor, or whatever, but we need to acknowledge where the municipality is doing good. And this project is expected to create jobs for our people and also empower SMMEs through construction and hotel operations and indirectly boosting local supply chains and tourism-related businesses. The municipality itself noted that the mid-scale and economic hotels such as these provide high local employment impact. Such investments, Banabeso, are a testament to what can be achieved when public and private sector work together. And also, mostly, I just wanna Ngwathe local municipality. We want to thank the mayor again and appreciate her for recently giving grants and equipment support from her office to provide to entrepreneurs. The office of the LED has been active and has been visible since Mayor De Beer came in. Re kgona ho bona hore ho na le bo Osfikile, o kgona ho thusa ka batho, o kgona ho linka, and so on. So we want to thank you again, Majoro, for improving the LED department and also for employing Dr. Sive, who's very anale open door policy, ho bona the entrepreneurs tsa rona le rona maphelo a rona a fetoha. We want to thank you for that. And those grants, di kgona ho thusa di entrepreneurs tsa rona hore ba growe and re kgona e bona tabeo. Majoro last week o ntshitse ba ntshitse di advert tse bontshang those who benefited. So we'd like to thank you, the mayor, for that. Also, re leboele the MEC for finance, Ntate Makume, for injecting over 22 million in grants during the last financial year to assist small businesses. While we recognize this figure, Executive Mayor of Finance and Distia, we see this also as a small relative to the scale of need. We really appeal with all spheres of government to increase funding and offer millions to SMMEs, jwalo ka bo Bonolo, jwalo ka many other entrepreneurs who are here. Bonolo, to make an example, you know Bonolo with the washing powder and so on. Government needs to invest more money, build the capacity so that we need that MEC from you. Or sit down, your team must sit down with Bonolo and others who are having businesses serious. Million, isn't the 10,000 millions. Babeleli di firme MEC ba kgone hira batho ba rona because business tsa bona tse di etsa, but at least Bonolo and others, they are receiving contracts we need to see how you can tap into that MEC so that that ntwe e kgone create mesebetsi for our people here in Feslidal. However, Executive Mayor and the MEC, please help our entrepreneurs to create jobs and feed their families. Also, funding alone is not enough. We urge our municipality to prioritize SMMEs in procurement processes, to remove unnecessary red tapes and make application procedures transparent and accessible, MEC, for the grants and everything, including Feslidal. Feslidal, we don't see how people are applying, but they are saying they are giving people money. It can't be correct. Applications must be made public. Because And ha re tsebe le hore ke bo mang ba benefitang. It's not right. First leader. At least Ngwathe re kgona ho bona le ntate Makume they are transparent ka di process tsa bona. First leader re kopa le prioritize that part, make applications public, di tsebale di rana jwang and so on. Also, on the purpose of the day, this expo is more than just an event. It is a platform to empower local businesses and unlocking economic opportunities. And also, Executive Mayor, thousands of people are expected to attend this Ngwathe Easter experience. And your contribution, your everything, we'd like to thank you for that, and we'd like to thank you for that, Executive Mayor. This SMME Expo is designed to advance inclusive economic growth, strengthen local enterprise development, and contribute meaningfully to government's economic transformation agenda. The Expo, it aligns with the NDP, it aligns with the district development model, the national tourism sector strategy, and the national sector strategy, Major. I think after the event, we need to sit down with the MEC also. There's a national office that has reached out to us. They want to invest in Ngwathe tourism. They really want to invest. I told the MEC last time when I was speaking with him, they wanted to come now, but this is some smaller man. September, tourism month. We are planning another event, Ngwathe Spring Experience for tourism ka September Majuru. Re batla ho etsa camping experience kwana ko ntshonye ke ra je ko pisi kwana a ke re dale letamo ene le ownwa ke MEC Makume le ntshonye re etse bo golf experience Majuru mayoral golf experience wow re benele bo business breakfast with the mayor. Wow. Yeah. Wow. So we're planning a very big event for September, Executive Mayor. How about reach out about we must have a meeting with MEC and the mayor so that batwale khono bona hore ba tlise snogonogo se right. So that the event khono ba kholo the entrepreneurs tsa rona di khono benefita through those initiatives wena Major. This expo it offers different issues, including the showcasing of local products and services, facilitation of access to markets and funding opportunities. And also, Executive Mayor, I don't know if Bopeni have highlighted that through this initiative, there's a special SMME pitch competition that will be giving 10,000 to one lucky winner, so that Bakhono to this business tabana pay Executive Mayor. These components the Expo are designed to accelerate business growth, encourage innovation, and provide real economic opportunities. Our vision, Executive Mayor, is quite clear. This Expo forms part of a broader program. It includes the hiking experiences in Rilo Yona, recently in Tatemakuma, sponsor Rile. The high school games, we had high school games. I think Lidiboni, Pierland Secondary School won 10,000 to fight drugs. Music festival, which is scheduled on the 4th of April. We also have a Kiddies Corner, Executive Mayor, ka di 5 hona mona Mastana ke di executive mates a kiddies corner and a family day. And also we also have our annual Easter tournament that we host. It's the biggest tournament in the Free State Executive Mayor. And MEC Oko Bonore as a finance Oko donate to Sirasimo the tournament in the Free State. But mostly, as at Ngwathe Foundation, our vision is to build this expo into a provincial game changer. We want Ngwathe to be a beacon of enterprise development where entrepreneurs from Parys to Tumahole and surrounding towns are able to grow their businesses, create jobs, and uplift their communities. Our mantra is Ngwathe is open, Ngwathe is active, Ngwathe is an experience, reflects this ambition. To achieve this, we need a continued partnership with the municipality and provincial government. We need them to simplify processes, eliminate bureaucratic delays, and provide clear communication. We also need private sector to invest in local supply chain, support SMMEs through mentorship and procurement, and help us scale innovations that emerge from events like today. In closing, I once again want to thank everyone present for your commitment to the development of Ngwathe, to the Mayor Dibier Mtombeni, MEC Makume. Your leadership is appreciated. Please continue to champion the cause of small businesses. To all our exhibitors and entrepreneurs, seize this opportunity to connect, learn, and grow. Your executive mayor is here. Use this opportunity. Hasangata hokopanale, use this opportunity so that a kgone ho utlwa dilo tsa lona ke eng. Ha se go sitlatla ha o lla o re ntwe sona le sona. She's a leader, she's able to make calls. Sales is here. Santse ba bone le bona full enterprise development majoro. Santse ko bene le meeting le bona hore ba tlo investor jwang towards enterprise development. Ya Ngwathe, they must put 10 million mo Ngwathe for enterprise development. Colleagues, let us work together to ensure Ngwathe becomes a vibrant, inclusive, and prosperous municipality where every resident has a fair chance to add economic participation. We are on a journey, and today is another significant milestone. With faith, collaboration, and determination, I believe we will see even a brighter Ngwathe. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the founder and chairperson of the Ngwathe Foundation, MMC Noma. I can't come and stand next to the chairperson. I must wait. What are the implications? It's a thing hand. I don't want to get there. Without further ado, before we move into Adressia Meyara, she will be introduced by the MMC. We are going to give to our sponsor, which is Celsi. Immediately after the address, you can please join Retlo Shapapere. We are not going to waste time on the conversation. Just after the address to the MEC, to Major Warona, please join me in the front. Another announcement, there is a box, etlo circulator. I'm sure you've been wondering, 10,000 So as the communications team, we thought, no, let's be transparent in how we do it. What we're going to do is we want it to be very fair, so we are going to use a randomized system. How? We have a box, you just put in only these small cards, if you want to pitch on business how more on the card, the name of the business, you fold the card box. We are going to shake the box, then Major will take out one, MEC will take out one, one. Chairperson will take one, lady guest, then we're going to have a total of 5. That would mean those 5 entrepreneurs will be given 3 minutes each to pitch. So it's on a 50-50 basis. If penny, what? So we are going to do it in that way. I hope that accommodates everyone. May the best business win. I wish you all the best. Our assistants will be moving around to ensure without further ado, let us welcome our sponsor, Ntate Twala, Hotswamane, Celsi. Ke kopa le ba opele matsoho haholo ba tlisitse sponsorship ka Ngwathe. With a round of applause, ha re amohele Ntate Twala. Edgalogale Foundation re hlompha di sponsor haholo hampe. E re ke tle ko la Ntate wa ka.
Dumelang, le kae? Amnati on tate makumutsu ile tshabana. Majoro, the beautiful SMMEs. I like the SMMEs because if you look after your SMMEs, we have sorted out a lot of problems, especially of of unemployment. Understand? And of migration. Everyone about where Gauteng, I will already more free state on Amsterdam. My name is Twana Matlangu. You can hear the same name for where I'm from. The biggest challenge, Majoro, which I can mention to you, is that, to sponsor events, especially in this particular area of the Free State, is a very, very big challenge. You see, when my team gave me the proposal, I had to do a lot of searching, investigating, because a lot of the VAL people do apply for you. But they may all back. So my duty was to drive to Ngwathe without them knowing. You understand? To see where exactly Badula Mona. You see, I even attended that event last Saturday without them knowing. MEC nice sponsor hiking. Just to make sure. Because I can tell you so far, I've learned from the hard experience. It's the same problem we are having is with the Lady Brand. A lot of people from Lesotho, they use the Lady Brand addresses to require sponsorships. I understand. So I was very, very happy to say to you that at least now I know this event is happening to you. So thank you very much for letting us, Chairman, to participate in your event. I wanted just to get out of the Bloemfontein area. If I can tell you, in Bloemfontein, every week, there's 15 events taking place. You see, so, which is fine, but I wanted to explore what other areas of the Free State. Free State is not Bloemfontein alone. So, from my experience, is that I'm on the technology side. I'm going to tell you just in 1 second regarding the SLC. I was part of the group in 1993 to start the cell phone network. I was part of that 50 people to start the cell phone network. I didn't even know about the cell phone. And you must remember, by that time, there was not even a Google. So we just say, we're going to have a cell phone. What is that? We are going to talk, what do you call it, without getting to the house or whatever. We are going to talk F. I remember the argument was to say, if that is going to be, there's going to be lots of cables on the street because people will be having phones connected to their cables. But when we went to Holland, where we saw the first cell phone, we couldn't believe it. We were running after people to see what they are doing, how do they talk, and so forth. But it was a very, very nice experience. So, coming back, then I was in the cell phone industry for the next 8 years. I was in the cell phone industry. Then part of the 30 years, 15 years of it, I was the one who started, I was part of that group who started the shops. You know, the Vodacom shops, the MTN shops, Cell C shops, and so forth. After 30 years, I decided to stay at home, but I was called in to say, no, man, there's a new opportunity, entrepreneurship, in terms of Wi-Fi hotspots. So I have to sit down with that committee, with those young boys, and say, how is this thing going to pan out, and so forth. And I can tell you, I was very, very happy, because out of those opportunities of the Wi-Fi hotspots, at least in the Free State, we've got 10 of them. You see, because, you know, the big guys wanted to own the Wi-Fi hotspots and so forth, but ICASA, including the BBI, completely refused. Then thereafter, I was called in again to Cell C to say, we need to be part of that group who decides whether Cell C, we close it down, we close shop, or we open shop. Then it took us about 3 weeks. Then we decided that no, Cell C must open shop. There's an opportunity at Cell C. How are we going to do it? For example, to build, who can tell me how much is to build one base station? I've got data here. How much? Guess. Oh, you don't know. But to build one base station, at least, it costs you about 2 million rand. Then when do you want your 2 million rand back? How are the big guys wanting their money? They call it ROI. They want it in 6 weeks. You must make sure that where you put the base station, that money comes back. So, Cell C by that time had what we call it 5,000 base stations, as you know. Then MTN has got it's got 13,000 base stations. Then the remaining, all in all, 28,000 was belonging to Vodacom. So as Cell C, the decision we took was that what we need to do, we're not going to build any base station, but we're going to piggyback on this guy's network. Because the original business plan was that no one must own a tower. Only the government or Telkom and SANDF must own towers. So we went back to that strategy. Hence, that strategy is called the MOCN, Multi-Operating Core Network. In other words, where you see any base station, Cell C is there. Who is on Cell C here? What is your experience, man? Bolella ntate o leng next to ye. Okay, understand? So we did that. Then last week, also MTN and Vodacom, they've opened for the 5G. Now the speed is very high. You see, so, and out of that, we learned that we're not going to in-house a lot of solutions, especially for the SMMEs. We're going to buy from the SMMEs, and we're going to push the SMMEs. You see, so one of the things besides the network where sales is everywhere, we develop one of the things which I'm going to show you. This thing is called a smart pen. The smart pen, what it does, when the SMME does its invoicing, it takes a photo, it takes that photo, goes to the cloud, then that invoice stays there. When the guys in the municipality or the customers claim that they didn't get their invoice, maybe somewhere, somehow, the SMME has lost his invoice book. He can go there to the cloud and retrieve that invoice and prove that, I've given you that invoice on this day. The second thing, what we've done, I think you still know the two-way radios, the walkie-talkie. You remember the two-way radios? The two-way radios, we took it, we embedded it on the normal smartphone. In other words, if you don't have airtime or data, you can go to the two-way radio on your phone, change it to two-way radio, and you can talk on it. So we've done that. And lots of innovations, we're getting it from the SMME. We buy it from you. So now what we did, MEC, I remember last time when we met, we spoke about the airtime, we spoke about the data. I came with the SIM cards. All of you must get a Celsius SIM card. You'll see when you recharge that SIM card, you get twice the amount. When you recharge with 10 rands, you get 30 rands, and so forth and so forth. Then we have brought down, we have half our data. So with 10 gig plus 100 minutes or 60 minutes, you only buy it for 49 rands. We've done that for the SMMEs, so that you are always connected and so that you are always on the move. So now I've got I didn't have winners, so I'll go, the SIM card you still get it, but I'll go with my data here. Or I'll be sitting there until you've got the answers. So thank you very much, and thank you for let us participate in your rugby. Thank you. Thank you. You can issue some of the cards.
Some of the cards for competition. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was our sponsor, Celsi. We also welcome Ndate Tebogo Masike with us, who has joined us. Our panel is full now. Like I said, I am going to make sure in the next 20 minutes, we conclude our program so we can do the exhibition. Apologies. Without further ado, I am going to invite the MMC, Mayor Norma, to please introduce the Executive Mayor. Like I said, as soon as the Executive Mayor is done, she will join us by the panel, and then just after the Executive Mayor's address, she will then introduce the MEC. Then MEC will also join us by the panel. Like I said, we are people of protocol, and we really want to make sure that we have our event in the most prestigious way. I'm wishing all the best again to the SMMEs. There is a box circulating. Please do, if you want to pitch there, to go away with 10,000 rands. Please do put in the card box in the circulator. Our foundation assistants are there. Please, 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 because when the panel is full here, we will be closing. We facilitated. Like I said, we are going to get into the mayoral address. However, before we get there, let's welcome MMC Nomamoloi with a round of applause.
Master Khasheng o mo rutile yona proper e re ke lebohe sebaka sena ke dumedise di SMMEs tsa rona le batlehle ene ra bona ka lona Ngwathe e tlo hola mosebetsi wa ka o mogutshwane ke o tsebisa monga sebaka re qale ka o apologize for fitla lata hey ntate Toto mona mo le re deployile le morena busang ka le re la tshepe o na le matsatsi a sang gobatsa ntse re ena o tlo etsa ena ha o no etsa ena o tlo etsa. So we had to start go the road blocking in the morning, move on to make sure that there's stability in Tumahole, then we monana. So I apologize for fitla lata hle re batho ba tshwarang nako ke tlo tsebisa majoro wa rona. Ntate Lekgwale hana bua monana, he tried to take us through hore re le Ngwathe where we started. Ho fitla re fitla monana. Last week when we were handing over equipment in Skonkenville, we indicated we don't know whether it's fortunate or unfortunate that there is stability on our exit point Ntate Toto. On our exit point. Mara wa bona Ngwathe mo yang o tla ba pheta o tla mo pheta ga o tshepa me tapi sentse klar ke mo campaigner ke tlo tsebisa majoro wa rona. We started 2021. She has been a councillor for quite a long time. She was a ward councillor Skonkenville. She then moved to Fezile Dabi. Yaba MMC responsible for finance. Yaba MMC responsible for environment. Then 2021, she was then elected the executive mayor of Ngwathe, whom then she possessed. She's an auditor. She even have a degree in local government and law. She just completed her master's. Soon, tabene ya dingaka Ntate Lekgwale ke nahana le bo majoro re tla batla ebe di doctor. She just completed her master's. We are very fortunate to introduce the executive mayor, whom she felt it's important that our administration, Ntate Lekgwale, establish a unit ya LED. Precisely because of this, she believes that we could strive in LED as Ngwathe. So I'm introducing to you Mayor Victoria Di Beers Mtombeni, Major wa Ngwathe. And penny how to emam, ke tla o jwetsa when to stand.
Dumelang. Let me first greet the MEC wa rona. And nna ke mo bitsa Mr. Clean Audit. A re ke ena fela ntho e thata je. Ntho ya Clean Audit e thata. So ke ena fela I touring in the Free State. So ke mo bitsa Mr. Clean Audit. Let me then also just greet the chairperson of the foundation, Edgar Lekgwale, and greet and our CLC, our business people, JJ and Masik. I finally get to see you. I just know the name. So now finally I get to see it. I had a totally different picture about him, MEC. So So, and let me greet all our SMMEs. The name has changed. The name has changed. I say SMMEs. It's MM or something. Yeah, it changed. But and today, in his absence, she had the ward councillor for welcoming us all and all our role players, the stakeholders. Ngwathe. I just want to say something. Edgar, I'm not wearing suit kapa the heels or what, because you said it's an SMME day. I'm wearing local. Nah. So I'm showing that I'm supporting local businesses. So Distance is a local brand, Parys, and I'm wearing the Pashot. I normally wear their things. So I even came today, when we leave here, so even the MEC before Adama, he must buy something from the local people back in Tlekamonagere. So when we leave here, we must buy something new. But I would like to say thank you very much for this event. It's a huge event, and I think Norma tried to explain that our vision as Ngwathe is to support small businesses, and that's why we established the directorate, LED, because the biggest mistake in this country is that we speak about local economic development, but we don't know how to implement it. It's a big challenge. We came in Ngwathe when local economic development was still incorporated infrastructure, but the structure was totally infrastructure, but director community services. So it means we never had an opportunity to empower our local businesses in Ngwathe, because most of the time, infrastructure, which is but we would never bring in the businesses into that space. That's why we then established the department, so that we've got a focused department that will only deal with LED. And maybe that's why now, when we were doing our budget, we then said, let's incorporate and budget, even though it is not a lot, but let's start with the small businesses and start to see who guide this thing. Sponsor the small businesses. We went out because you don't just MEC, you don't just bring in anyone to deal with LED. You need experts on this thing. So we then went out and we recruited the best amongst ourselves, which is a young person, he's very young. Utana 31 years this year, and he's Dr. Sive. We then appointed him to be our director. Of LED. So that, because only a background of development, so that we can start to develop the SMME Staron. And we're not saying we roll with this process. We are going somewhere as a municipality, and we are trying to achieve that. And MEC, I want to agree in that see that the people of the Val take advantage, and they say, and it is not only on this thing. As a municipality, we brought in Damlachte. We brought in Damlachte because every business etlang ka hara Ngwathe, no matter hore ke private kapa kae, ke rona ba signang for them to have business here. But you see, the disadvantage of Damlachte is that everyone that was working there, in particular the ones that were receiving the businesses, were people from the Val, because they said they're from what? MEC, the addresses at the Gulf Estate, Parys Gulf Estate. I'm sure that is what they're doing. They use the address of Parys Gulf Estate. And I can say, Parys Gulf Estate, obviously, for those ones with money, and you would think and assume, but it is not. But what the Val? So we want to, and I'm glad Cell-C took a decision of saying, let's investigate. Now it has also given me an opportunity to say that when we talk to these people, the business, we must tell them, please investigate first with the municipality whether this person or databasing or on the system rates and taxes. Because the small businesses out because of those people that has got money and you are unable to receive anything. Now, as Ngwathe MEC, we want to thank your department, not your treasury, but your STIA, for putting us on the map. Ngwathe is on the map because people used to think we were fighting with Libatwa, Badaval, or Tipondaval, Kiaval. No. The MEC at least managed to put it out there that falls within Ngwathe, and now people are starting to say, we are going to Ngwathe, or it was on the valley as if it's at the valley. But beyond that, the fact that many of our tourists, we are a tourist place. We are at a stage where Heilbron is leaving MEC. And people were saying we are worried. I said, why are you worried? I always say to my MMCs, why are you worried that Heilbron is leaving? We are sitting at a gold mine. And the only thing that we need to do is to improve. And yes, Edgar, we want that meeting. Because that meeting will help us to ensure that we put Ngwathe on the map, because we've got a Vredefort Dome, we've got the Koppies Dam, we've got Parys being the hub of tourism in the Free State after Clarence. But in between, we're always fighting between Parys and Clarence. If you can see, even the competitions out there, it's between Parys and Clarence. So we are that thing. The only thing is that how do we empower these people that are sitting here, who make us sure we are out there on the map, and as Parys, we are achieving all those things. NYDA, I just spoke to the MEC, we must move that office dwelling. It is not helping these young people. It is too far. And most of the businesses are unable to arrive in dwelling. So rather put it at the center, which is in Sasolburg, so that everyone is able to go and get the funds to NYDA. But where it is situated now, I'm sure many of them do not know that we do have NYDA in Fezile Dabi, because we don't know, and I'm sure you don't even get requests from anyone. So all we want to say is that thank you for this Easter experience. We are definitely on the map, Edgar. I've received too many inquiries about this. MEC, when Ntabise made the pitch in council, because I was fighting, I said, sometimes we must formalize things. It should not, if you want us to sponsor, come rather to council and pitch, and we all own it up. So they came and they made a pitch. I made a proposal, Edgar, and I'm not sure if they told you. I have instructed my team to write or give you the copyrights of the name Ngwathe experience. And my reason for this is that, MEC, it might not be Victoria in the council seat in the next term. It might be someone else. And when that person comes, the name Ngwathe is ours. So Edgar, you can't use this name. So at least when you've got the right, you do not have to care for the next 20 or 100 years, and you've got the right around the Ngwathe experience. So we have agreed on that. I'm not sure, Bongani, if you guys have received the rights, or are you still in the process with the municipality? So please, let's do that and ensure that the Edgar Lekwale is an experience forever in Ngwathe. It is big, it is huge, it is out there. Millions of people, I saw on Twitter, you go now, you search about the Ngwathe experience, it appears on each and every media house outlet. So thank you very much for putting us on the map. We wholeheartedly support this event. We support it, and we will continue to support it because it has been done in the right manner. No one can ask us about anything. It has been done in the correct manner. So we are showing that we are young, we are supporting small businesses, and we must continue supporting small businesses and ensuring. And Edgar Lekwale, please continue helping the people of Fezile Dabi, because you are not helping Ngwathe only. We receive messages that you are helping young people out there. We see you. Sometimes we might not say anything, but we see you. Just remember that we see you. Thank you very much. And I would like to introduce our MEC to come to the podium. Our MEC, like I said, is Mr. Clean, audit for me. He is the MEC of Treasury and the STIA, a former MEC of COGTA, who connected me with the MM that I have. And I'll never shy away from that MEC. I always tell people, the person who connected me with that MM that I'm having today is yourself, and people must know it. If it was not for you, we would not have been Morelinteng as Ngwathe. So thank you very much for assisting us with the recruitment of the MM, who is an expert on LED himself. He's got a master's in that department. So we then introduced the MEC Warona, who is also my leader in the NGO that we are leading. He says we are not at a political event, but people must know he is the deputy chairperson of the ANC in the Free State. So we cannot not introduce you like that, Deputy Chair, because next time, like Noma Habuila, Refitla Deployment Committee, Otlabo Oro Hopota, cause Otlabo Dutimo, Otlabo Hopota, Mahane Kilimo, they did not acknowledge my role as leadership. So we acknowledge that role leadership. You can please come forward and speak to the young people whom we are continuously supporting. Thank you very much.
Dumelang le kae teng re ke dumedise majoro wa lapeng ke dumedise dibui tso lo reng ke tsona tse mmengweng ka jeno go tlo bua le lona ka go hodisa dikgwebo tsa lona di hole go sane le tshwane le bona. Ke dumedise hape makhanselara a teng ka mona wa bote o re amoetse MMC o sa buile le rona. Ke dumedise modulasetulo e re kopaneng ka foundation ya hae ka jeno Ntate Edgar. Ke dumedise ona le baetapele ba bang ba di NGO tsena tse nna ntse bua ka bona. Ona le NGO ena le lekala la batjha, so ona le moetapele wa National Executive Committee le ena ke mo dumedise o teng ka mona Ntate Babiki. Ke dumedise kaofela batho ba tlileng ba media APSA ke bone lona e teng. Ke dumedise bo ausi ba ntseng ba rekisa ka ntle. E bohlokwa haholo ntho e le entseng Ntate Edgar. A ke tlo bua nako e telele, ke batla re tlo bua nako e telele ha re interacta le batjha le batho ba dikgwebo tse teng mona. Ke tlo hlahisa fela dintho tse ke nanang hore ho hlokala fela re di tsebe hanyane. Ona le ntate mo mona o ngotse buka o bitsa Gentleman's Table. Buka eo e bua ka table manners. And when I read that book, Ntate Masiki, I realized that guy ona bua ka the principles that you must have when you've got business. So I've decided that I'm going to share with this meeting on those table manners. Rona tse re di tsebang e kgolokgolo table manners ke ya hore ha o ja o ska bua. Ska na qoqa o ja o tsamaya o tlo tafoleng o ska na qoqa ntse ngata. So e teng le yona mo. But ke ratile o mentiona table manners tse ka bang I think 16. Le ka tsebe o tse ding di tsona ke di table manners. But ha ke ne ke di shebile nna ka re no man, I must share with these young people who want to become businesses, because every table manner there, it links to the business principles. People come into business, ba bang renka chance fela ke a tseba, mara ba bang batla serious, passion, everything, but they are not expecting or ba faile. Ha ba faile ba se bana na it's not part of the business. Kanti ntse le part ya business o faile. Failure ke part ya life in short. O kena sekolo neng ba re wa dinepa o bolo failure kwa grade 12. Ke kene le batho ba bileng jwa. O mo failure dikala fela ona sa pay mona kapa le bitsang ke grade man no ke grade 1. Di khwathwa fela ba faile mara ya pele aba ba sharp. So failure ke part ya bophelo. So le businessing o tla kena o tshwara be sharp ba ha ja e vukile o bona o nwa di whiskey tse re sa di tsebeng o so jola le bana bono mar ka hobane ntja e tswile e nne lebelle gore ntja e tlo wa hape e tswile ka nako le mare e tlo wa hape. So ke business e jwale. So I'm going to share with you those businesses. But secondly, I'm going to share with you opportunities that some of our entities they have. I know that you know that this year I'm not going to get there. I'm going to talk about NEF IDC SEED, and then I will finish. Then can interaction because interactioning ke bona mo ke batlang re bue ka taba tsa compliance, re bue ka taba tsa management. I don't say you must not raise anything with us. You still have the right to raise anything with us. But I want you to raise other things. How you interact alone. I go to do mona na tafleng ko ditlo tsa ska hlola le participate ya tse cause motho tlo elelor tse ke nana ke sharp o tswa ke sharp ke tse ke shota ka ntwitseng. Then ke bue le masipala o na go rata holo and ke alwana le bona ba tsebe ke alwana le bona. So but ka jeno ke batla go tlo bua ka ntho tse positive tse ba di etsang so that le tsebe le lona le tswa mo there are things that they are ke nnete nne nga o bulela metsi hatsho o botso ha o etsa le next magolukiswa main water network e tlo etsang go metsi a tswe uninterrupted. So ke batla go tloka le lona ka ntho tseo but on the interaction ne ke itse ke tlo tsamaya o majoro ga ai ke kopa o bua ke tsamaya o sale le bona ke batho ba a kopa a re hanyane fela go ka le bona hanyane fela ke no tsamaya. So the first table manner that this guy is raising talks about know where your food comes from. But in business, you must know your sources. That's how I link this thing. How can you business? It's gone. It's the first day. Because to talk about little, it's if I am a kumia fita kisakwan gets into Usane, Makumekuano Mataga Toya Haukama. So you must know where your sources comes from. But he says here, know where your food comes from. Before so before business just know where your sources are. It's gonna lead you to a lot of things. Firstly, about wisdom. Source. How it be fella kamhlali ba skolo ba class about wisdom. So wisdom anga take into a buhlali wo fuwa ke ntatemdimo. But nna ke go lona. Ka ba le motho mo lo mo buhlali. First wisdom ya ka nna ka jeno ha ke le lona. Ke tlo mamela ntate sising ke mamela ntate masiki. Be ke tseba okay, I can get closer to these people. Ku tlo ba bua ka bonolo ke mambonolo o ke lo sheba ke mambonolo o etsa eng jwale. Then we are able to get that thing. Then re sheba batho bana ba teng ba mmusong meyara emisu teng and all those things. So that wisdom, you apply wisdom. Ka mantso mang onka ho nyenyana ho ntate masiki ho nyenyana ho meyara ho nyenyana ho ntate sising ho nyenyana ho batho ba teng ba dikgwebo batho ba ntse ba bua mo onka ntho ngwe le ngwe tlo fitla o iqopiletse gore okay ke nana now I can start my business. I'm sure what is it that because ba bang ba tla o jwetsa ge mone ke ile ka phama ka ba eng ka etsa eng ntate sising ke nana ke na le yana tlamela le tlhasetsa o because e kile aba a very impeccable business person and leader. And then he got into challenges, but he's doing something again. And he's here to tell you, hey, avoid 1, 2, 3. This is how you must run your businesses. So I'm happy about that one. Now, the second thing about the menace he raised, he says, know the difference between clean and unclean food. And I will say to you, in a business environment, you must choose between the healthy and the unhealthy choices. The healthy choices, you must comply. But the unhealthy one, so you just choose the shortcuts. The problem of the shortcuts, the business is over shortcut. It's not going to stay for a very long time. Because makume wa bina money. Right now, it's a way business. I get to share about Mazanga Commission boy. You can see how careers are to different want. Career I'm not in school outside. But because of that who choose the unhealthy choices in life, problem in you. So one of the things that business people must do is to ensure that you don't choose the unhealthy choices. Unhealthy choices, they are shortcuts, they've got some little bit of corruption, dinaldi chocho, dinaldi favor. I was telling this guy, I go about something. I get a favor. You know, you already give me the power of favor. So business people, you must know, once favor, you have already given me the power to ask for favor. So I live because favor. So favor. So these are the unhealthy and healthy choices. So you must know the difference between the clean and unclean food on the table, only a business person. So this is what you must know, because more problems than that, kids are unhealthy choices. Because office major, I want to make money. So I always say, the most important one. Tell me you want to make money. There's nothing wrong. Business people are here to make money. You must first make money, then you will not do it differently. So these are the choices. You must tell us, be proud. No, I'm getting into the business. I want to make money. I want to be rich. There's nothing wrong. The problem is wrong. There's nothing wrong. I can person on NGO. We take about rich. So rich. You must know there are people out, but they might not be involved in business. They want to work, then create jobs for them. Now, office in major plus unemployment. That's the first line of the businessmen at every stage. But unemployment, government, you will not be able to do that. Start by making money. So this is one of those choices that we must make. The other table manner that he talks about, he says, some food will get you in trouble. I mean, but in this case, your business, it means once you have made those choices, you must know about these choices, they will put me into trouble. They will make your business not to rise. So you need to ensure the business how it's a house so that's the discipline of avoiding the temptation. Because you want to business but we are tempted. Application fast. Once officially, I'm telling you, you are in a big trouble. Because you must ask questions. Comply, why fast? Interested in how you always fast. This person tomorrow, department was super, nna makume ka oba MEC ke ga re lateng tšhelete ho yena le wane. So business tsa lona di a jewa le a tshwarwa ka baka la hore you did not choose on the table dijo tsena di tlo nkenya mathateng. The other thing hore don't overcook your steak. But what business ena ba etse ba bontate masiki lo ntse businessmen tse ngata di rata overcook a steak. You want to make it back. Don't over presentation. How we stick to the presentation. Don't overcook. Hey, get a Vaseline at Muscabenia. I get a Vaseline to Savuputo. I'm talking about in Totakilan national. An executive department in 5. And most fortunate next stakeholder, apparently, the manager officer and to your minister. So I know these things. People will come and say, hey, we are these businesses, we can do this. So I know of a Vaseline. Everything is Vaseline most Vaseline is a no, just give us a chance. So they overcook the steak. So how is a presentation now? No little pitch, how to 100,000. Don't overcook your steak. So don't overcook the steak. Number 5, don't talk while you eat. marato ke ditsotsi a ke ratisisi mare ke party ya di business ditsotsi di re e monni o ntse o bua eng ha re je ga bona le ntho e batho ba tsa toitoye ba tsa ga e ba le gaola le makube hlebolo o tla na di reason ntse tsa principle ha re je re qete. But in real business what they say is that don't interrupt hanse letsa profit, don't interrupt ka so bona ntho mamang so batla tloela eno batla enta tema siso ba re no don't e ja handi e chabana le tsa hao o je o ska qoqa o ska etsa niks o je o khawane o tswe tafoleng o kene the other person. The problem rona ke hore o tla bona motho a tshwere sebete ka mona mara batla o tshwara ditapole ka ha qeta matlo a sa tletse tla o santsana batla ntho go a qala jwalo wa qoqa even se ka qeta mbetu go diska mara o kentse already ka ga matswana. So ke ona ntho ba ithibelang. So in business we don't have to be like that. You have to be good. Don't talk while you eat. It is also the etiquette of the financial discipline. Motho mo nga tshwara tšhelete o batla go tlatsa ka go fola le questioning gore e monna a o nke tsa next nna ke gola gushi ke etsa a gana taba le ntho tse etsa hao tse wa bona because jalo wa bua wa bua jwale o etsa gore interest go le batho ba kgona go bona but there's something wrong. Why o so legit? So don't do that. The table manner number 6, don't chew more than you can swallow. Ena ga etsa ona le batho ba ngata ha o hlaka mona o tlo re kwa ha matlo ha o lwetsa presentation ya ditsela o teng ditseleng ha o thubitswa batho ba tlo bomme ba batlang go roka ntate ona ko ona poteng le ena wa roka batho ba modimo ntate wa ntla ntlwetsang ke magona tsohle o tsa moriana magona tsohle ke gola motho wa moholo ko ona a o tseba moriana o lo e seng wa se babetsana magona tsohle o lo fuwa ha o tlo mala ba o fa o le miana ha o magona tsohle. Chew only what you can afford to chew. Ska batla o dija ka ofela o hlaka mona o teng o hlaka mona o teng. Stick to your thing. Now I'm building my own business. Don't eat foods that don't belong to you. Ba bangata ba etsang ntate sising tsa ntse tsa ka yengwe ba bang ba batla o etsa mo fezile dai ke a bua nna ntate singa wa ke thole a o ka ta motho a ka ta o fa idea wa tswa batla lo bua ka idea motho batla o iketsa ka ke ya hao e wrong a se dijo tsa hao they don't belong to you. So that is why mmusong ba le encourage your businesses must have an IP, intellectual property permit. Mo o fitla ngodisa hore ena ke idea ya ka ntate kwane ha o ka tla motho a re o rekisa diesel South Africa ke itatela na self ke re monezeli ke ntwa sa solo o inka ka ezeli ke ntwa ntate masiki ha o ka tla motho a go rekisa bonolo ke re mon fabric softener eo ke a kwana Valpark ditamating kwa o inka ka into. So no one ka tlang fela tlo nthetsa ka nthonyana tse dintse. So don't eat what does not belong to you. You'll grow up a very humble and a very peaceful business person. Number 8, if you are not valued at the table, find another table. Mistake always unko. Ha le tlile mo la o tlo partner ya ka e ke kopanelo la ma go mthola jwa nke le hlo a o tso wa bua tsa ga mo le go butle pele hle ntho a e batla find another table. Ska dula tafoleng a ke go bona go how value. So move on, find another table. It's very much important. Batho ba ngata ba o tlo mthare ke jeletswe diphahlo ka baka la motho. I always ask why you did not leave early before you fita diphahlo because wa bona tsietsi a etla ke e kala ka ona ntho ya ho tella o tla re ke tswa kae kae se kopane le bo mamang ha re saene mo jwang re di partners why o sa ya lenne wa itseba ntho e saenang eo ka ba ne re tatile ra saena re etsa everything. So they say you are not being valued. A very impeccable and reputable partner will always involve you. Le ka tsama a le mong ba tlo tla etsa before tsama Raymond ntate Makume o itse re tle kwa Bloemfontein nka go tlo bua ka 1 2 3 ha tla o sie mo ka taba gutla ba Raymond ke le ka kopana le Makume o itse 1 2 3 o itse 50% ke ya hae because e kana ba 50% ke yena ona ma go sa tlhaisa lebitso la ka. So be careful of staying in a table where you are not being valued. The other table man some food don't go well together. I don't just papa ice cream again. Ice cream so some food they don't go well together. In business, Ho na le ntho tse ding ha go di kopanya bona ai man idea ena le action that we want to put le mo go lo batlang di resource ke ntho tse fapaneng. O ke wa tla bathong ba manufacturing maro wena o batla o sebetsa ka issue ya renewable energy o bo o tla tloetsa presentation batho ba manufacturing o go no ke batla funding nna bat ke etsa ha di kopane dijo tseo tseba dijo tsa hao mo tlameleng di kopane teng. So some food they don't go well together. Your plans, your sources and networks must speak to each other. Papa, nama, cabbage, beetroot. You can't have papa, wana mo tsona le ice cream, then una le lemon, then una le coffee, all around Hawaii, even we steer karametsi. You can't have that thing. So some food they don't go well together. So in business, they tell you your plans, your actions, and also how you manage your money. All those things they must go well together. The food will never run out. There will always be a business opportunity. Ke tseba nna ka batho ba etsang dintho tse ngata mo. Ntate Masike is one of them, Ntate Kona, and maybe other people who are not even in this meeting. The food will never really. Dijo tsona ona go di tlo tlowa. All what we need to do ke hore re tsebe re di thola kae. Re di thola jwang. And e kaofela tseo e be within the legal confinements. You will never have problem and to. Wipe your mouth after eating. Ena hlola batho ba bangata. Ha ka ta o thola fel, re bona ka BMW, and then o sa wa ka meya ga ntja njandini. E ba le, o etsa etse mo di number se di le 6 ya account from nothing. The number se di le 6. Ntwana qeleng bua ga yona o salata the most beautiful Miss Ngwathe. Antsa mo tshaba ntse re kena sekolo from a o futela grade 12. Go jwale ngwana ke a mtshwara ngwana. Ha no jwala o reka the most expensive whiskey. Ke bana o tla thola social network kwane jwale o intsheditse metsi man. And then wa jaifa le jaifa teng no man. Tate Makume jaifa jwang jwale. Tate Makume has never been streetwise. So etsa lang ke mkotla wa tšhelete ha iphumulu o batla re mono wa tshwehla. So the advisory fund business people ke hore wipe your mouth after eating. Just keep quiet, continue with your normal life. I get issue, can you tweet about our issue? Marawa about tell about. How about Utsibahale? Baba Masignal Magnal. How to try a position in Yanafel? Osabam Sodom Shavatle, Sadula Fiel. I feel as well. Mutuan Tetaila Aukakasite Mundi. I saw Lena Joa Muto, Osatwamba, Lusatwatando every day when I was Lozama. How can Tazama so hook? Ah, Marabusi, I say, Joan. So, lead to say, Kalokopa, because I know some of you are going to be very big businesses here. You will have not come here, little Senyana Kwalo. It's because the aim you are high. But that's when you go high, you must remember these table manners. Never eat the seeds. Hey, Baija Libita and the peti don't have already paid. I was a pericula and pay again. Lauja Womra, I send the seatless as I would the real world to us fate. Otoskaja Tulala Obani. Osa not a melo Yapolojal. In business it says you are going to have money. But don't know shelter in your business, what I'm in Shokomele business. Skya Oyona. Kiddy seat to Tamile di Lojal. Skaja shelter was 70. I kill Colotino, kill Hirile, but Bangala, Ovana Bahol, Olivet, or Kiddy Osani. That production in a Kenya shelter, also honor because Basaveti Bangadile, some of the expertise in the business Basamai. So you don't have Ojedi to learn. You're not Kichelete Katam Bisa, Hakalokopa Vanabis, Okatava Juan Capazon, Wabatame, Yakapilo, fellow Wamuchamakan to the Rakadikolo, Samata, Aiskaya, Cheleting Ekatilian Hue. The seed, the Tumahang, Klan, or Kamutung Wobi. So don't eat the seeds. Help with the dishes during the grace of reciprocity. How to help with the dishes? I want a business person. That's how you wash the dishes. You wash the dishes. Anywhere in life, how can I say it's into umathating? Waja, how can I just go to what's la kwa? What's a tusu kenyal to sehlatsu umathating? But in business it says, always remember more one thing and have something like a payback. Not Jojo. Please, not Jojo. I'm saying a payback. A payback, it could be in a community. You can identify one person worrying, this person, I want him or her to be like me. I'm going to coach and mentor this person. It can be one hour schooling, maybe matata uniform working. All those things now you are helping to wash the dishes. Utusa maijara, utusa makanselara, utusa muso, leona kwale batu unto utusa. I must now help. You pick one person, or can a project in I never wanted security, but now you are helping now also with the dishes. So this hypocrisy, number 14, value the effort that went into the meal. But so you must value even the bakakwa. So next time the chef di 5 kela 50 rand, our share 10 rand. You value the food. Whatever it was, bana ba di tlisa fela bo. Ke di waiter. All what they are bringing there and retrievable, but the real people who are doing the work. So in business, but I can tell you, maybe because before the record, so when I at least you know, sometimes I always say, come 17, Victory, this financial year. There's nothing wrong for we get the certificate. You are the most performing worker. Now I bet I fell at 10 over them. Hey, you're taking the 70. Certificate. Sometimes what I'm about certificate next thing. Certificate for the first time. Certificate set on our high. Business person are in so you value the people who are doing the work behind this thing. Then don't hog the table. Share the food. The discipline of knowing your capacity. Can I idea again? Can I be partners? Mark about what you want. Say about wrong. Share with the partners. Don't hog the business. I ask one to how in 2010 litigate. I got all to sa na le lona kaofela bone le sa tshwarisa le sa hlaole bohlaswa bo etsalang bohlaswa ba hore motho ona o kene ka ga kgwebo o sa etsa nthong o so thu dikoloi di registered le bitsong la hae not a company. Why are you going to leave such things? Litigate, solve this thing, don't hog the table, share the food. A re duleng re ntse re hopola eo engwe ke reng go home and sleep. Boga kgwebo ba gobale ha ya le phumole straight la ba bitsa go bona ile ga kgwebo mara ile hustler o tswile o kene mona o batla mona tlamile go le bona makume ke force ba tswa ka ga mo ba gutla ka for engwe hape o seng se ba fita ba ya jozi ba le bona le bohang maile makume wa sokodisa le bona o tla kena kotsi mme le bona o ntse hloka go re-energize even o kgona go honora mmele ona wa hao o kgona go leboa le ka bogoko fela he mone ke a o leboa ba kube ye o mathile yo di elections ntse just go home and sleep and maybe there will be other teams, other ideas that are coming. So there has to be a time where reflect and they call it a tactical retreatment or a strategic retreatment. You just go back and look, okay, this is not good, this is good. So it's very much important. The last one, don't serve a meal you can't handle. And so don't do that. Serve what you can handle. And then king re tlisetse bonolo tse 100,000 o go no tlo etsa jwang ntate Masike o go thiba o tlo gola 100,000 ha re na le company mo go sebeletsang teng re tlo ithola ka basebetsi ba rona ba few wa re sa ba jwetsa re tla golontsha 100 200 and the moment you also show the other part now you are honest with your business. You don't serve what you can handle. You can only serve what you can handle. So important all the business people to have these table manners. The book is called Gentleman's Manners, but it's not about gentlemen in a form of a sex. It's about you business people understanding the principles of business alone. Now, I want to get into the entities. We've got different entities, Majoro waka le borakgwebo ba teng mona. The entities tseo o ka di approach tsona o le one o ikela ha o hloka le department ha o hloka le nix. O ka ya SITFA wa fitla SITFA wa kopa thuso. Di thuso tseo kaofela ke batla go fana fela ka di principles. Ke di thuso tsa mahala. Ha ke re ke thuso tsa mahala ha ona ba ka o tlatlapa ba patala ntwena before re etsa ntwena. They will always take you through. They will never even ask for a sign to do that. They do it. So, ditenko SITFA, ditenko NEF, ditenko IDC, ditenko FDC. O batla market, o sona le business, o batla market. You go there, where can I get a market of this kind of a product? They will tell you, okay, monana, ngararna ona, but kai uteng, kai tsa jena kai. Lena le idea, lona di businessmen tsa mona tsa Ngwathe. A sa le kilisia ka assignment, me di beer. Ke le ka ba sia ka assignment ka ke batla ban challenge. Ba etse market day wa mona, what they call the flea markets. A ke so thole invitation le ka jeno. Ke selemo sa B2 se ke se kwalang ke le MEC. The first event tsa ka ke di entse ka mona ka first leader ke bulela hae nna ke party ke di entse ka mona ke ile sa sola qala o kena fela ka sa sola ka ba kenya ntlong e nngwe so ha jabolana o na le teng tato ntate o na le siyo mara ntate o na le teng o na le teng a usuwa no bonolo wa ka ya bobedi ke tlise mona Ngwathe event ka ba kopa ka re challenge ka flea market ba ile batla ba mpotse ka ga le botsa jwang office ke tse tsa di-state tsa region ya mo le fitlele ba botso e etswa jwang why other towns ba di etsa flea market e etsa go batho ba rekisang ka ntle ba le mo re tlileng diphahlo teng once in a month ba fitla ba dula mo ra e promote ka ya mane di containereng ke di chaketse ka fitla ka bua the same thing guys a ke le re challenging bring the flea market Ntate Edgar, it's one idea flea market once in a month la le target letsatsi le la le kwala maybe al ka re the last Sunday of the month, because you call everyone, we call APSA, you call Standard Bank. This basic services still the banking. Flea market. So how can a banking? No, the service still at the occasion. Dimani ko nakedi sports center. So konakedi sports center. Unalaba bank. Half it so you call all business across Tumahole la dula letsa once in a week. Ko Harankua. Show it marketing. It happens every last Sunday of the month. Last Sunday of the month, Haranku. But it's a brand. Every after funeral, Bakana Street by years. Koplon Fantino Kona Banabakal, Sasolo Bakadile, Bayeta Haiwan, Banyamela, Baitata, the second annual, Banabayeta Handun. So I said, Kobon, Kibeshi Tegaluna, Koskirata Nwathe, Ngwathe Tolula, because Ngwathe in all history of the Magets. Ngwathe Hali, Mwauru mo Parys, in all history of the Maget. Strata Sesal Nassiniana, Sesitana, Sadishopo Sahalian. Unalena Koloma Buru Atafela Atalakamu. So you can't be beaten by those people. You need to sit down and think, what is the strategic place, the location and what? SITFA, FDC, department, they will be able to help you. They will even be able to help you with funding. If you maybe stage, sound, we help with such things. So organize yourself, mobilize yourself, Kopanang, The other thing, ke ntwana ya o batla ditšhelete. Ha le batla ditšhelete, sometimes le batla ditšhelete tso loreng, number one, they not give a sense, or they give a sense, but the plan does not talk to tšhelete. All those entities tse ke buileng ka tsone, NEF ba na le batho ba le thusang mahala. Ntho e ntshwenyang ga bohloko, why ke hlahisa ntho tse? Ko bana hona le batho ba le yang ho bona strateng. Ba etsa ntho tse seng right, tse seng right, motho o jwetsa ho extracta tax clearance certificate a ba re 1.7. Ke re mona wa sa ofising tsa SARS o ikele wena o batle tax free o ipatle ha o hloke ntho ya hloke tšhelete wa o tlamele hore o fupule motho a re ha o fa ntho ya hae quotation ha o sheba dintho tse ding he mone you are not supposed even to spend a cent mara batho ba tla le thusa ba tla le jwetsa hore no ena service ya rena yona mara tse ka o fela re ka o etsetsa tsona for free. So I'm committing them, ba distia. They will tell you of all those things. Engwe ke issue of compliance. Our businesses must comply. Ha re tlo fa tšhelete because wa ntseba ke bora toto tswa Zamdela, he must give you 10 million. No, you must comply. You must ensure hore you meet all the requirements, and then check how it makes sense. Then we can give you money to make your business. You can't say because no. Na ke gona bua ke closer le comrade di beer Ngwathe o tlamele o fe no le ko masipaleng you must still comply ile ana le ntho tse leng re di etsa jointly le bona jwale le na le lentswe mona le hlaisang le re batho ba tswang ka ntle bona re ba comply mara re batla lona le comply ere ke botse ke batla e botsa ka Sesotho le stampela e record ntone ma ke batla e botsa ka Sesotho ba ha o ka thola motho a kakela heno ka dining room o tlo ya ka kitchen o ka kela ka kitchen o ba ka kela ka dining room le nna ka kela ka mo. Can you do that? So why batho ba etsa ntho e wrong in your country le batla o ba join hona lo re khalemele ntho e wrong? We can't continue to do that. O tlamele re thibe batho bana ba ntsetsa mantle di jareteng tsa rona re ga antate ntho ya etso so we must be the first one to say hey you can't do this thing business this is not babula business di grashing tsa bololo ba robala hona ka grashing eo ya lo o hlapela hona ka mo everything we etsa ka mo ba etsa le bana ba banyane bo my friend ba banyane ka mo ka grashing eo marorekswa dijo ka mo. And we don't stop those things. We really need to come to a point where we need to say oh we must stop this thing. But we can't compare ourselves with such people. The last one, ntate ga o re ke fana ka di millions ke ga fana ka di 10,000. Hona le batho ba hlokang di 10,000. But ba teng ba hlokang di million. Lwana ya hlokang million ka jeno wa opola o qala o batla 5,000. Nka expose o mona o nang kope 10,000 ntate makum just 10,000 ke o kopa hle ke tlo e pata eno e patetse 10,000 I'm going to be big. She's big today. So there's no problem. There's no problem. Yao fana ka 10,000 ntate Edgar. Lo wena wa tseba o qadile o kopa e nyane. So ska ga o so kopa e ngata o so kwalla bane. We still re na le ntho e bitswang ka ke startup. So re ba fa tšhelete ngana itseng engwe ke training engwe ke eng so we look at your business then be re fa ka tsela eo. But you are right. We also need to be intentional on building big businesses so that they can hire as many people as possible and help us to decline unemployment. But let us not close these ones out. In China, that's how China today is one of the most developed economy in the world. Now, I think it's surpassing USA now. USA, I think they're surpassing them. Once normality in the economic globe, we will see that China will be leading. What they focus on, Comrade Di Beer, something Erukopan di Maspala diet. They started to focus on small business. You know what you have done today? I would say when ki rekile monana mo. Ki rwetse Ngwathe ka gola gush. Because motho o rebe gush, a utlwa story sa o iqaletse strateng sa bona le. And then the brother ha etsa qalela tsa no man do this way. Do it this way. The Hugo Boss, they all started very small. They started to say, no, but you can go even out, go, you know. So it helps a lot to focus on small business because with small business, I can tell you we are guaranteed one thing for sure. That's why. whether ka ba family kapa eng ma gona le motho a iwana to mo hira. Bigger businesses sometimes they don't hear, but we are just advancing technology. Sasolo is an investor guy 60 million, but Lutu like a guy 60 million. Kirona Mpumalang, and I don't want to Mpumalang. Definitely, I'm sure Mpumalang don't get the bigger share because they are already advanced in relation to AI. So, Chelte mo so none. But what we need to do, in the value chain that AI. What is it that we can get? There are still other businesses. I was asking Majita Kosaso. Ola ntho ya shutdown. Akso ka kutlwana ba I challenge le hanyane go ba itsitsinyo no. Oh, why re sa iketsetse yona shutdown? Because shutdown ke ntho tsona le maintenance. Ha o maintain a company ha o ntsha batho ka mo go tswang, ke tlo cleaner, ke tlo etsang for 2 weeks ke tla be ke sa sebedise planting. Ke ntho e bitswa shutdown. So mo la o to shutdown batho bana ne ke mosebetsi o motjha. Go cleaner company ba tla ba pipe ba etsang ba etsa ha o batla dintho tse ngata nix ba tseba ba ba tshwere digogo ba ikerela ka mo ba sebetsa. So I was asking them, okay, year in year out sa sole bana le di shutdown. Ma go bana le batho bana ba tswang Cape Town, Pretoria, overseas. Ba rana ntho tse. Ma re ke lona ba tsang the actual work. Why are we not saying to Sasol, with this thing ya shutdown, in the next 5 years, re batla company tse tso di bitsang tsa kantle se ke tsa hlola ditla batho ba mo we are going to group them re ba unite o ntsa ile ka ntata ke se mohlotsi na o la re kela ka di fora ba etsa ke se ke bona sa kgawa le tsola ke re ye ntate sising ke tla mamela presentation le ka jelo intellect but it's something very important batho ba mo high ba mo tsatsi le leng ke a ba address ke re dikolo di kae mo ba njwetsa di kanana dikolo ke re dikolo tse kaofela di apara uniform ba re ke re wa le sa yo majoro a tlo MEC wa education le nna MEC wa distea le patlele center ya lona ya o roka but the first thing tse le di rokang ke uniform tsa dikolo tse then bontate ga bo mang kaofela le tsamaye ka ga le question ka le jwetse di SG buru ho hlwa ka jeno ha ka sa ka uniform of renageng re reka hona mona how many jobs will you create ntwane ntse re etsa mane renageng re kopanya ke White House ka pa ke ntwe cross wa ke White Cross o tlo a tseba le majoro ke a tseba le bala ba ntse ba le mona ne ke reka mo a entle ntwe ke ntwe re ka iketsetsang yona ga manufacturer mona ra rekisa mona but our first market e ba ntwe philang uniform ke ntwe philang year in year out bana ba ya sekolong ba batla uniform ha ona selemo so kilong batho ha ona bana ba batjha sekolong so you always get money like it is in all the schools ka mo ka ramotse hona le piece of land ke a ba botsa ke bana ba dikolo tse kaofela ba ja breakfast ba ja lunch wa o sabele batho ba igroupang ba etse business an intentional business ba etse food gardening project with those food gardening project the first thing e re targetang ke feeding scheme e ka ga sekolo ha re ka ntle this one lona o tloga ka jeno le reka dijo mo bana ba tseba go dijo a di tswe Pick n Pay kapa Woolworths dijo di tswa mobu so ba reke mo shelter feeding scheme e etse batho ba phele e be a big business in future. We can then go out. We can challenge the market tsa mona, we can challenge the spaza shop, we can challenge how ka bo rekisa di vegetables di reke sekolong sena. Ha ka bo rekisa eng di reke mo. So we are able to build. But na lo go ketle mo. Hai ha o lo first letter. Be thola kholo major e reng. Mme ona a isa la hlokala 3 months. Go shota eng dijo. O a le gone o pataka ba la dijo guys. Ka ba ntwe se le bone. Wa re sabe le di community gardening project. So that at least re channel into businesses, but at least in so these are some of the ideas that young people like yourself must begin to think. We've got the youngest president now in Africa. You know the name. You know the work that he's doing. Then whatever the capital that we get, I will pay you whatever that I can do. Is the country not growing now? I read the example all over. Oh no, but this country, hey, I mean, King the most cleanest country now in the continent. Rwanda. They also started the same way. They don't do a lot of things. We just do the basics. Every investor wants to go to Rwanda. What's about South Africa? So we're trying to make South Africa to be investable, but you must help us. Re thuseng fela ka o etsa fela the most basic things. Business tsa rona di phele, re be ready. Kora ha ke tlisa motho ke re motho o ko batla o re tourism what. Ho be le batho ba ready ba re no re na le story, we can do this thing. And Parys, I can tell you, tourism is your gold mine. Tourism is your gold mine. But ba sa solo tlhola ke ba jwetsa ke re hydrogen is their gold mine. Tsale problem ya rona ga bona re Gauteng, re rata Gauteng. Re batla ho ya Gauteng tatele. Kgante Gauteng ke tsena tsa rona. So mona you'll see what is going to happen on the next coming 2 days. How many people have declared, hey, I wanted to go to Parys this time? People are just excited to, hey, man. That thing, you sell the experience. Tourism is not about oceans and mountains only. No. Life experience. And the life experience, thank you, Dr. Edgar. Thank you for inviting us. This is what I can share with them. And then I will be staying for an hour for session and interaction. Thank you very much. I wish you all of the best. But what
Hey, the MEC, okay. I think some of the things since the cover relay, so that will mean the panel is going to be very short. We only left to 2 things: the pitch competition and the panel. So what's going to happen is we're going to have that short conversation. Immediately after that, our panelists will take out there. Then the 5 businesses, being lucky, they will then pitch just for 3 minutes. Then we'll have a winner. Then immediately after that, re tla ba le walk about across all the exhibitors setting mon. Jwalo ka ntate Makume a tsholo kaofela batho ba mon ke kopa le rekeng le nna ke tlo reka kopa le rekeng. Let's buy from our local businesses. Now, without further ado, let me welcome Ntate Teboho Masike, Ntate JJ Sesing, our executive mayor, to join us on the panel. Thank you. With a round of applause, DJ song. HMMC ke wetse di-cap tse ngata today. I'm also facilitating the panel. I'm going to keep it very short. But without wasting any time, I think we have already introduced our executive mayor, and we've also introduced MEC wa rona. I'm sure the community would like to know who are these 2 businessmen ba re nang le bona ka hare ho panel ya rona. Now, I am going to start with Ntate JJ Sesing, just to brief us a little bit about himself. Tell us about yourself. I know that's a very complicated question, but if you can just keep it short. After those introductions, I'll move straight to the questions.
Okay, Dumelang, Kalbitso ke Sising, born and bred in Tumahole. What I've been doing for the past couple of years is running a media agency that consults within the public sector space and the private sector space. It's all been over 20 years, I think. And recently we've just gotten into engineering and a bit of mining. We're newcomers there. And thanks to Display through SIDFA, we've started making serious engagements, which we'll talk about a bit later. But I thought I should just tell MEC we've made serious strides in that space, and we're happy that government has been able to intervene so that we crack open Sasol, the gold in that Makumane Buakawen.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the panel. A round of applause for Ntate JJ Sesing. We are Thank you very much. We are very privileged to have you on the panel, considering your history in business, and I think it will be very informative for our SMMEs that are here. Let me move straight to Ntate Teboho Masike. On top of telling us about yourself, can you also tell us what you believe? Sorry about that. Can you also tell us what you believe are the biggest obstacles, say, preventing the SMMEs from reaching their full potential? Maybe you can, if you can just incorporate that in your introduction. Yes, sir.
Dumelang. I think it's been a long time you were in the Free State. Dumelang. You know, these other places have no sense. How do we say hi? But anyway, for those that don't know me, I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a philanthropist, I'm an industrialist. I pretty much started business as a teenager, registered my first business at 19. I've got over 20 years experience in FMCG. I'm a founder of a company called Nungu Distribution, which has national footprint in the distribution of food. I'm also a founder of Nungu Candy. I think this is a company that's starting to make me famous. It is a company that owns Zeli Sweets. It's a product that's available in over 500 stores nationwide, and it's growing exponentially. I think Potso Eki Butsitswe Mona speaks to what I actually wanted to speak about today. The only reason entrepreneurs from everywhere I've interacted with them in the country don't grow is because they think small. Entrepreneurs think small, and if you think small, you remain small. That is the only, that's cutting straight to the point. You know, the minute we change that mindset is the minute we start seeing the results. And I mean, my journey specifically is a journey of somebody that thought big. You know, I mean, I grew up right here in the region, in Fazeley Derby. You know, there was nothing special about me. I was raised by teachers. I wasn't raised in business. I didn't inherit nothing, and so forth. So, but it is just the element of thinking about the possibilities and thinking that it's possible. So I think later on, if given a chance, I'll share a bit on some of the tips with regards to thinking big.
Thank you very much, Ndadete Bohamasike, and you are definitely welcome to the panel. Can we also please welcome him in this panel with a round of applause? And thank you very much for your insightful remarks. Conversations like this, they really remind us that when leadership, business, and community work meet each other, there's innovation and there's really success. Hence, we are not just bringing the public, but we are also bringing the role of local municipalities, the role of provincial government, as well as private. Now, I'm going to move straight to the mayor. Executive Mayor, can you just inform us, what do you think is the primary role of the local municipalities in terms of their involvement in supporting the SMMEs?
Okay, thank you very much to the facilitator. Before I go in, I just like to request someone to stand up in the audience because the MEC is here, and hopefully the MEC will help us. Tandeke, can you please just stand up? She is MEC, she's representing the Free State. She's the only one in the Free State that is part of the Miss Grant South Africa. So she's representing us as the Free State, not only Tumahole Parys, but she's representing us. And MEC is also through you. Remember when Miss South Africa was here, we met the lady that was representing Free State. So she invited us to Miss South Africa, and that's how she got the confidence, and that's how she ended up being there. So I thought I must just say that. But thank you very much. You know, the role of local government in supporting the SMMEs, is because they are locally, they are close to us than the province and national. Our responsibility as the municipality is to develop policies that will enable them to strive. So what we need to be doing, and I think that's the first thing that we did when we entered as the council, we ensured that through COGTA, we have a local development strategy. So we would like the businesses that are here to look at our local development strategy as a municipality, which will then align you to the IDP. Now, the biggest problem with SMMEs, and I think Ntatemasike spoke about it, you need to think big. But the problem is that all the SMMEs that are seated here, I have never seen you participating in the policy making in terms of how do you want your businesses to strive in terms of the municipality. So you are not participating in the IDP process, MEC. Local businesses are undermining the IDP process, which is the integrated development plan for the municipality that will be able to, because that is our role. If you participate in the IDP and you tell us what is it that you want to see as local businesses and how our budget must look like to support you. So those meetings are very important for the integration of the local municipality and its role towards the SMMEs. I think that was the question that you've asked. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that answers the questions. And I think I want to bring that data into this one. The mayor mentioned something about local businesses not participating in these programs. So what would you say about such businesses which do not utilize these opportunities that are presented by the government? When LED says there's a funding like this one, what would you say to them, those who do not take an active part in obviously policies, as the mayor has indicated that currently they are working with small businesses in the municipality to make sure that they improve the policies on how they want the SMMEs to strive in the municipality?
Look, first of all, I think people must take the advantage of government. You know, sometimes people will say I'm the wrong person to say that because I've just never been helped by government. But I know the pain of not being helped by government. Even if it's a matter of you are given a chance to go and exhibit at a big exhibition in Sentin, at a big exhibition wherever, where the government departments can pay for such. You know, I've found myself paying money I didn't really necessarily have to pay. You know, whether it's marketing money, whether it's banners, it's all those kind of things. It's money when I look at the tough times. When you look at where to shave off some extra costs just to survive, you realize that I actually regret not being part of the help that is there, that is readily available in government. And also, you know, maybe some of the things I'm not taking a big enough activism role in it. But if you are working with government, there's a lot of things we can change. For example, I can sit here and tell you that I've got a product in over 500 stores in the country. But I've been existing for 4 years. It's my 5th year. And I believed in my talent and in what I'm capable of doing and in my experience that I could have gotten it in the first 5 months, which I did not. And it's still not in certain stores where it needs to be. To a point where during my frustrations, I felt that government should be the one going to these stores and actually telling them to take these products. Because in many cases, it was what I felt it was racial. Because when we speak compliance, if you tick every box and your product is still not accepted by the store, then you end up asking yourself, what do you want now? If they said, have a food safety certificate and you have it, if they said, can you deliver to DC or can you deliver to these stores, and yes, you've got trucks, can you produce this much? And you say, yes, can you do this? Is your packaging fitting and it fits? Is the barcode all right and it scans? And then what do you want? And trust me, that battle is still on, because we are still not in all the stores. We are still not where we want to be, you know. So I do believe that there's a big opportunity missed in not working with government, especially if government does make themselves available and makes it clear that they can assist in certain things, because it's not everything that needs money. Some of the things just need you to hold the MEC by the hand and say, no, don't worry, this is where we are going, go speak to these people, or the mayor and whatnot. Because I've had a fight with certain retailers who put too big of a target for black companies, saying the only way we can list you in stores is by regions. But I mean, if you look at the regions are very big. So if you look at ShopRite, for example, they've got what they call the North region. But what we call North region is Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Gauteng. So they either list you regionally or they list you nationally. Now, any region they choose is too big for any startup. Where this thing needed to be localized, maybe further through BEE and super localized to the town. So where they say the people that are producing products here in Ngwathe, we have one Pick and Pay here, we have one Spar here, we have what. Do you have the capacity to supply that Spar? And if the answer is yes, that Spar mustn't say no to your product if it ticks all the compliance boxes. You see, that was my attitude towards it. But they've got ways of saying no, which in developed countries like China, where we see the biggest success of entrepreneurship, in America, the rules are simple. Government plays a major role. You know, that's why the governments of those two countries are proud to say this is from America, this is an American product. That's what Trump is fighting now. Come build the factories in America, come do what. It's not Trump that's going to make the money out of it. It's the entrepreneurs that are going to make the money out of it. But they can make sure that the playing field, besides politics, because I think our government sometimes focuses too much on the politics and forget where we play, where I play in retail and distribution and all of those kind of things. Where now, black people don't own retails anywhere in this country. We don't own ShopRite, we don't own Pick and Pay, we don't own Spar, we don't own cash and carries, we don't own nothing. Now, if we encourage each other here to start products, where are we going to sell them? We don't even own sponsor shops. So where's your access to market? Are we always going to be doing flea markets? That's why I come to the thing about we're not thinking big enough. So we need to think big, but we need to bring the government with us in that bigger fight.
No. Thank you very much. That was mouthful. I don't think I actually have to add on that one. It's quite interesting, actually, because with so many entrepreneurs, I don't think they are aware of these things, especially the local ones, because people really dream small sometimes. I know there's a saying that says you must dream big, but some people don't actually see themselves actually occupying such opportunities. I want to bring you, JJ, into the conversation where we're going to touch on the reality of entrepreneurship. Like, what challenges did you face when you started your first business? Also, the lessons you've learned from your entrepreneurship journey. Just in general, can you just touch on the reality of entrepreneurship, in particular to young people who want to move in the direction of starting their own businesses?
Thank you. I think the state of small businesses that all of us are in constant survival mode. You know, all of us are one invoice away from being bankrupt, which is the reality. But over the time, I've learned that you need to find ways or learn ways on which you operate. The Tamakume was speaking about a book and table manners. And the Tamakume, I think there's one thing that's missing from that author, Asai Kenya. It's very important to know who's on the table as well. Because when you know who's on the table, you know how to talk to them. So the Tamakume spoke about the forum. We're fighting Lesasol the whole of last year. The forum, the shutdown, so because I've got my friends in media and I've been in the space for a long time, I understood that Sasol is a company that's market sensitive. When there's a match and there's a camera, it affects the share price, and they panic. So they will listen. So we did that the whole of last year to get to a point where they listen. But at the point where they listened, corporate doesn't listen to say Nyova. They're not going to listen to you. So you have to meet them at their level. So we pivoted, or we shifted our focus, our approach from the forum. We established something called Tumahole Trade Bridge, which is essentially that. A bridge which focuses on trade and how trade is done within our municipality where we come from. And since then, the conversation has changed. You know, we complied with the compliance levels they had, but also we realized, going back to point that you cannot leave government behind. That's where we realized, so I'm entering a new space, which is engineering. I'm entering a new space, which is mining. And there are all these compliance things, body ISO 9000, ISO what, all these things, safety files, etc., etc. And it's things ordinarily that you as an entrepreneur, you don't have that kind of money lying around. So this is where we came in with the seed file. I mean, I've been in their office for the past 6 months. I'm sure they're tired of me. But they've been very helpful in assisting us to comply and get those certificates in order for us to take part in the local economy. But going back to answering your question about the state of small businesses, all of us are 1 month away from being broke, and it goes back to another point in that don't touch the seeds, because you always need you're gonna need them at the later stage. One of the things that I did when business was high, I invested in property. I bought a house. I mean, I built a house from scratch. I bought a couple of stands. I bought rental apartments. And Zadula safe. When things went bad, I could dispose of some of those assets. But there's another 600, 500,000 until project Nebule. So we did that. You dispose all those assets, or those seeds. The backups are out in the and that's how we've been able to survive. Unfortunately, today it might take 6 months or 4 months, but you need to survive in that space. And this is the Temakume. I know you've got young kids, and they'll speak to you about how this word has come into our picture as entrepreneurs as well. And that word is pivot. I know at times, but it's the state of the economy where we find that push the RFQ ka speed, but also on a controversial note in Tatemakume, you know, there's a company called Bidvest. I'm sure it's about Bidvest. It's a cleaning, it's a dijo, it's a but when black people were told, oh, in case we're in Tungulung, but nobody tells Bidvest, oh, in case we receive koloi, but we say crashed koloi, no, but it's a dijo, but clean, no, cannot toilet, kiss sepasa Bidvest, get tissue, but obviously that comes with time. As you build and you're able to fund all the ambitious little expansions that you have. I think, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
It's quite interesting, and actually it brings us to market access and funding. I think many small businesses are lazy to do proposals. I was speaking to one of the entrepreneurs, and she said to me, yo, proposal. You understand? So that's another thing that as SMMEs, we don't want to do paperwork. Paperwork is very important. It's important everywhere, in fact, not only business. You can't just speak, but don't have your things in black and white. I think that is one of the issues. And now we have barriers that entrepreneurs face when accessing markets and funding. And I think you mentioned one where they cannot meet the corporate style. I also mentioned some cannot do business proposals. What other barriers do you think small businesses face when it comes to accessing the market, specifically in the private sector? Because the government is not only the funders when it comes to businesses.
Look, that's a good question. I've plied my trade throughout all my business life in the private sector. And I've done a lot of presentations. That's how I got business. one of the things that is very important when it comes to presentations, always stick to the service that you are providing. Because in most cases, you'll go present a service if you are providing a service. I'm a cleaner, we do garden services, we do what. Always show capacity. And what I mean by capacity, I'm not saying a big bank account. You cannot be a garden service that doesn't have a lawnmower. You cannot be anything. If you're saying you are in construction, and you rock up in a BMW 1 Series, those things count in the private sector. I did a speech one time where I spoke about the different kinds of people that you are going to meet when you are doing presentations. One, you are going to meet people that a decision maker, and this is corporate, this is enlarged white people. You're going to meet somebody that either looks at your proposal and say, this proposal solves our problem, and give you the business. That's person number one. Or else you are going to meet a person that says, I like this proposal, but it doesn't match the portfolio of these people. Meaning that, what work have you done? And the two must go hand in hand. You must look like what you are saying. So if you are in sales, dress like a salesperson, first and foremost. Don't come there Louis Vuittoning, and so forth and so forth. If you say, I'm a marketing person, which is what I've been for the longest time, look like a marketing person. If you're saying we've got this cool activation that we are going to do, look like the cool guy that is going to do that activation. In 2008, 2009, I was a brand manager for Budweiser, the alcohol beer. So at the time, Budweiser was in the country for the World Cup. It was sponsoring the World Cup. So all businesses that related to Budweiser had to be negotiated with me. So all the proposals came with me. And at the time, I was just an events guy from a background where I knew that if I plan a nice proposal and I email it, that's enough, and I'm expecting a response. But I'll tell you what happened, because the World Cup is a global event. We were getting proposals from all over the world. The people used to come to the factory. I was based at a brewery. I was based at Red Square. So the people used to come there, and we needed to get out of the offices into by the warehouse, by the yard, so that they set up what they're talking about. They show us exactly what this thing is going to look like at the stadium. If they have mascots, they dress them up. It was amazing. And one thing I learned from that when I left and went back into business is that your presentations need to reflect exactly what they're going to do. People must not imagine that. The people mustn't imagine what it is that this event is going to look like, or the experience that the people are going to get at this event, and. So when they look at the proposal, it must tell them exactly everything that you're going to do. And then there's a presentation of presenting product, which is where I am now, where I'm presenting sweets, you're presenting this, Bonolo is presenting, Tibelo is presenting Bonolo, all of that. When you get into these retailers, now we're talking access to market. I always argue that these things are not access to market, because this is not the shop. Today, they're going to get broken down, there will be another event here. But the shop remains, so you have to get into the shop. Wholesale is the easiest place to get into, the cash and carry. All they want is to make sure that your price meets the market standards. And that is where us as black people, we get it wrong completely. Simply because some of these agencies, I think, teach us wrong. They teach us to price wrong. They say, take your costs, how much you've spent on it, and divide it by the products that you've manufactured. That is your cost. Now add your markup. Unfortunately, when you come to play in the big league, it's not how it works. You might even need to drop that price and scale, rather. You might need to say, My water is costing me 15 rand to produce, but I need to sell it at 10 rand. And for me to make money, I need to sell 1 million units. That's why I always advocate thinking big. That is what we do at Zeli. Zeli, we lost money 4 years. We're still losing money because I'm not doing the volumes I want to do yet. I'm doing a few truckloads. It looks like a lot. But the reason I could undercut my competition with price is because my pricing model is based around scale. So if you can sell a certain number within a certain period, then you're making money. And this is where Lalga Fitlakoma, Indian, Kokai, they can drop the price for you 3 times. I don't know, my friend, I'll give it to you for less. How much you got? They're not losing. They'll even say to you, I'm making a loss here, and what. No, they're not losing nothing. It's because they've priced it in such a way that it gets to be done right. And that's why I'm willing to help MEC. A lot of the guys in pricing. Pricing, all our people are wrong. I won't lie to you. And that's the saddest thing. You know, I was at the Proudly SA Buy Local Summit 2 weeks ago in Sentin. There's stalls I went to there where I'm trying to see if I could buy some of their product, not for my own consumption. I mean, we do a lot of things. And when you just compare what I'm paying and what they're charging, it's night and day. It's not up by 20%. It's completely wrong. You cannot make profit on every product, every piece of item if you're in FMCG. Hence, in FMCG, you can have Coca-Cola bring free stock here and give it to us. And SAB can give free stock, and all of these people, it's priced in. So when we speak volume and pricing and scaling and all of those kind of things, I think as a give back, that's what I'd like to do one day. Because I think our people don't know how to price. I think these agencies are teaching them wrong, you know, because you can't teach somebody that's got nothing to be scared to lose. They've got nothing. You are lost already. Your only way from there is up. So if you have nothing and yet you are scared to lose 2 rand to make 20,000, then you're not thinking straight.
MEC.
A round of applause. I couldn't have said it better than that. JJ, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, MEC, can we challenge you a bit? You know, there's a difference, a big difference between somebody that went to school, studied, and they got a job, and Basebets got business advisory, versus someone who's been in business, who's tried, succeeded, failed, and has the experience, and they're sitting in an office. I think that's what they was going about taught agencies. Sometimes they get it wrong, because when you walk into an agency or a bank or any DFI, and you say, guys, I've got this thing, so it's very difficult for the person who has not been in the space of business to sometimes comprehend. They'll always refer you, yeah, but and sometimes that's where, and I've heard you talk about it, I've heard the president speak about it as well, the reduction of red tape. Sometimes it hinders the small businesses. You know, sometimes about a red tape which is not necessary. I mean, I'll make you an example. If honale RFQ maspale, right, babatla wetla document, SBD documents, babatla CSD number, why should a small businesses nanchele tenetsa mailo printer, but you've got my CSD number. How punch in on the CSD number, you can see whether I'm compliant or not. So why must I go spend additional money, keep print? Like, it's little things like that we need to use to tweak the system to make it better for entrepreneurs so that we can participate more. You know, I once attended this thing and I thought it was a good idea. Mzwandile Masina Hanseli Meya ko Ekuruleni. Basta clear this thing in the open bidding. I think in the RFQs under 300 or 200. And they ring fest them for Ekuruleni, for Ekuruleni. And what they did was, anybody a submit, and you go, you submit, but it was an open bid. So how got Kenya didn't talk about box? Committee atla, ratla lona ga dula ka mo ba ikhala tafule mona, ba check compliance kits e mona, NIDA na mona, pricing kaofela, ba check look the works, everything. But what that did, and lona wa bona, eish, ke flopile man, so ntse ke tseba ke flopile kae. I get that experience. So okay, nana get outside this thing, ke flopile mona le mona le mona. You know, it helps me look at the next RFQ or next tender. I need to maybe price it this way, or I need to add this and that. Because let's say about I really bid it. About under 200. I see, you know, it's fine. It's fine. But we know what they did right. But as I leave, I know what I did wrong, and that becomes a bit of a problem, because as well for when we bid, when we tender. Sometimes we don't even get regret letters. But I don't know what was wrong with my tender document. I don't know what was wrong with my RFQ. So I really thought it was a good model, especially with these low under 200 RFQs, as a practice ground for small businesses. Or maybe SBD form wrong. Something as basic as that, you know? And then it helps. So the next one, you do it slightly better. The next one, until we're told. I don't know if that's asking for something outside the ordinary.
I'm sure they've taken notes. Yeah, really, that is very informative. I want us to move into youth and women in entrepreneurship. But before we move to that, maybe the MEC wants to jump in on what JJ said. Do you have any comments to say?
Thank you. I think those who were watching yesterday, particularly from the last question that he asked, we have already started Ntate JJ. All people who have applied online and who did not make it, we have instructed the department that they must give reasons why. It can't be business as usual. People need to know it's your right to have that information, that you did not put the required documents into your application. You must know, so that when we open for another maybe applications again, you are able to improve. The business of government is to support, not to punish. We are not in a classroom. No, we are here to support you. So there are people that have been employed to do that. So I've said yesterday that for every tender, every application, if people have not make it, give reasons why. Sometimes it might not be even your application. It could be that 30,000, they apply 40,000. Because I have 10,000. Not because your application is bad. Not because sometimes people, they start to undermine themselves. They start to lose confidence and all those things. They start to say, but why must I apply in this government? I'm not getting a response. People are not even getting an acknowledgement. Receipt, we have received your application. So I have said yesterday, we're moving into that direction. The second thing, every time we publicize, I call people who are panelists to come and help me. Yesterday when I was doing that, they were there to also respond, because I wanted business people and the media to have an interaction with me, but through the panels, to say, why do you take these sectors and not these other sectors? And then they're explaining the economy, that no, the economy at this point, it is said this, so the majority of people that we want to help are these and this and this. And also how businesses are being categorized. So it's a right. We have to do it. On the issue of the mismatch of skills, which is something that is there, I think what we need to be quite frank and honest is, particularly in the Free State, you know, where we are coming from. You will all know that there were times where people were told, no, and people, that's how they get to be employed. And these are the people who are expected to help you, people who on the field who knows better than what they know. But the second thing is the reskilling of individuals. Whilst they are in the positions, there has to be a continuous reskilling, because the world is changing. There was no AI when I was appointed, but there's AI today. What must I do? So the institution must ensure that we must skill our people and reskill them to be or to live within the times of today. It can be also business as usual, but it's something that we really need to look at. And I agree with you, I can't even defend it. There are so many mismatch in offices where at times when you realize that it's not even red tape, it is this person. But on the red tape, we've agreed at national, at least Free State was leading the discussion. We said there has to be a one-stop station. The slowness about Free State is that we talk, we don't implement. Already Gauteng, they've started, in Mpumalanga, they've started. Just Northern Cape, my next door province, they've already started. But we are the one who came with that thing that, business permit. We want just a unit, including the Maspala, including Rona, including the entity, including SARS. So that how fail, application so we are able, but also route 2, sorry. The other thing we introduce in events like these ones, we have agreed, moving forward from now, there will be people who will be assigned to help people on site. I don't understand why this thing has happened. We're able to say, go to tent Mamang, the people will help you. So that two so immediately there and there. We don't have to struggle because we waste time again. The issue of red tape kicks in. It's also an issue at the Pampiri. That is why we have said from now on we want online applications. I know some of you are levatli. I don't want this thing a physical application. I will tell you why. Number one, how's view what auto apply physically kuna. I start to say, okay, can we meet? I want to make your proposal. Number two, if they don't want to help you, the application. They will take either an ID outside your application. You did not put an ID, therefore you failed. I then came in, I said, no, people can't fail because I have an ID. Copy ID. Why must you say an idea? What 20? If it's because Mutona Kenya proof of address, it can be. Tell this guy to bring a proof of address and then re-adjudicate the idea, not the technicality. Sorry, so we've got now 14 days after the applications. The departments have to go through the applications and they are able to phone individuals. Even visiting your business. You know, tech shop. How are you how na tech shop on so we have said no, that must come to an end. So we're beginning to visit you. I've told them, I'm taking application. We want to meet you physically, but the officials. Okay, the same thing to the reason to Ale Moshe balloon and 12 no able to be practical red tape because sometimes I agree, okay, I'm 7,000, I'm 7,000. 7,000 so the serious. So we're trying to limit those things. About the ideas, I think we're also learning. I'm also taking some notes also. I think able to respond directly and positively to these things that are being raised. I think the mayor must take a share here.
MEC, aski bua le kopa ntshwarele it's a whole challenge, and one of the things that I think is missing in government around supply chain, around small businesses, around empowerment, something as simple as alignment. I'll make an example. This thing, I wrote it down. I called it preparation for procurement. I'll make an example. If Medibero wa tseba go maspale man kontraka ya dilori tsa mashara dilori tsa matlakala ha re ke tsa example ha re buy outsource it ya fela in 12 months ne ke nana maspala in collaboration le your department economic development maspala o tshwantse o bitse when open call about services to be local but ba Ngwathe contract ya fela in 12 months. We're looking for 5 people or 10 businesses to participate in this process. Ne? And those people bad, like maybe it's female, black, disabled, the works, the usual spec. Ne? And then after that, maybe obafawena or in the temakume contractor ke afela ke kopa train batho bana ba batlele training on management ya fleet oba thusa ka accessing ya funding maybe or I want high taller contract ena le kgona mo rekela di-trucker, then that way it's aligned. Then wa tseba hore 12 months high fela ha re tlo lwana o kentswe company ya Soshanguve tlong ka matlakala ka allocation. We can point or no company na if we dudu wa ka start and samana dulong ka mra school company na like this business if we mama, then that way it helps. And then it to say everybody because now you're preparing in time. It's simple. It's just preparation of procurement. Ga tseba masipala ndingat. O ka bana le contract ya printing, ya supply pampiri, ya sound for the council meeting. Dingat, but ga tseba dia file in a year or in a couple of months. Is there the contract tsena re di sheba isale early or di tlo fela ha re prepare the local service providers. Re tseba masipala wa di ring fence for batho ba local. Obviously, most non-capacity needs to be built. Obviously, how na le project e kholo, for example, maybe what the solar or whatever. You could maybe somewhere maybe in I would advise a custodian ya compliance in the province. Ne? You could say we for company eating into ya subcontracting, but if what a company say if I feel close can we not force those companies or bid how can you tender how? Also identify the company say 2 or say 3 local. So to sebetsa le tsona. Then what's about how to contract? How na 30%. Since re tseba mthono o tlo kena le company tsena tsa local di contracting tse. Re ka gona o etsa ntwe jalo ntemoko.
I think I'm also going to throw SLC in this conversation. His hand was up while you were raising the issue. So before I give it to the mayor, and I just get DJ Kit to just give the microphone that wa SLC.
I'm really to hold myself. I just wanted to explain this thing here, Bidvest, what you call it, take a lot and so forth. Those guys were that were they own everything. Bidvest, there are 4,200 SMMEs, which they supply those people with the services. Umbrella, yeah, invest. Because what's happening with because of the capacity and so forth, what you have just mentioned, Bidvest will buy those things up front, then they'll go to market as Bidvest. Whether get toilet paper, get toothpick, get the car wash and so forth. They're exactly the same model as what you call it, as Take a Lot. That is because they are what in SMMEs, they are those manufacturers. Their specialty is manufacturing. So what happens? They can't go to market and sell. Like if you can Google how Virgin. So Richard Preston took the LPs or the music of the Beatles. Then he went to sell. That is why they became famous. Currently, we did that in Bloemfontein, where these old ladies, what do you call it, motor, or one motor. They'll bring it to one place. Then those street kids, they'll come there. Then we'll pay. That thing every Friday we'll pay. So that is the first method of market. The second method is what, for example, we did at SLC, to say we are going to be on our platform, but with your own brand, like what we call it the MVNOs, the network operators, like Capitec, what we call it, like NetBank and so forth. So not NetBank, And now that thing, you have your own SIM card with everything, but you go to the market with your own brand. So this is how this thing is, that thing is structured. Then the last thing, for example, as the MEC has mentioned, from grade R to grade 4, you don't do any exam. They come there, you cook as a child, so forth and so forth. And after grade 5, this is where now where your specialty is. Then they promote that. You don't go to the high school when you didn't work for that thing there for what? It's 160 at the FMCG, that thing company. You must go there. Part of your report, that thing there. You don't go to university again for 2 years. You can learn what you want to study at the university. So this is how these things are structured. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for the insight. I think I'm going to go back. Please incorporate. Believe information JJ raised. We'll take about 3 the public if they have any questions.
This trial for us to understand provincial department, the everything must, which then says that's why when we started, when it's by including the one and government is trying to move action that is trying to do, and also the private sector in the issue of the youth, women, and you started off at a very, and my advice, you need to do why doing it. The 9th week, generally say that, but my business is not cause, and market. How well that is going to network with you're not going to keeping your 1,000 issue. It is not going to programs that government
There are just slight